Good morning, everyone. What was I doing? What do we have going on down here? Is this the Tithe area? Leethus, yes. Okay, that's what was going on. Alright, Lord Captain, we are now in Leethus's orbit. The ship has successfully exchanged access codes with the Adeptus Arbites outpost, but their landing pad is unavailable. The shuttle pilot is already calculating the closest possible landing point. Awaiting the Voxcast is interrupted by a crackle that turns into a ragged ultrasonic hum. A moment later, the communication returns to normal. What was that just now? There appears to have been an intrusion into the data stream, one that was executed using the Dynasty's secret codes. I can only assume that we have encountered an additional security measure installed by Lady Theodore. Send the tech priest to determine the cause of the malfunction immediately. The investigation is already underway, Lord Captain. The incident did not affect the security of our Voxcasts. It seemed more akin to reciprocal auger scanning. Why is the landing pad unavailable? The augers are detecting foreign objects in the way, possibly cargo containers. I'm ready to descend to the service. And I don't get to take Earliet with me because I have Solomorne. This is fine. Okay.
Follow my
By
lead.
the Exalted One, how many treasures lie hidden in this maze? There is only one way to find out.
For you, there is only one way indeed. By looking with both your hands where I can see them, while standing at a respectful distance from the sacred Tithe.
A cache with goods stolen from the containers. You spot a pile of blackened jewelry in the dirt, likely thrown out of the crate to make room for provisions and weapons. Alright, this is a nice upgrade.
None shall stand in my way.
Who's that? More shadows from the riven sky? They're sure dressed nice. Hey, is that an arbitrator? Why would an arbitrator be here? They're all holed up in their outpost, and this bunch has crawled out of the dump. Walls will we'll deal with them. You can smell a fake. Move it. The captain will decide your fate. Alright. How do I get over there? I'm sure I'll figure it out at some point. Captain Walls, do I take the oath now I swear never to something. Have you ever been under fire, soldier? No, Captain? Here is your oath, then. Go, stepchild of the Imperium, become bones in the foundation of the new truth.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What do we have here? Whenever the wearer uses charge, dance, macabre, dash, or death from above. Huh, that's neat.
It's about time. I'm always ready.
Am I able to... No, okay. Alright. Oh, I see the captain over here. Man steps forward, hideous burns on his head make it look like a ball of molten wax. The pupil of one of his eyes is clouded, but the other eye is sharp and alert. I heard a shuttle, and here you are. Not a tithe, not clerks, but guests from the riven sky. The chance we've long been waiting for. These guardsmen refer to you as a captain. I do not know by whom or with what right that rank was given to you, but it means nothing to me. Every living tithe unit must be commanded by a sergeant. Where's yours? I need them to take us to the Arbites outpost. Our sergeant? We strung up our sergeant. The Arbites gave him to us. They serve the riven sky, and nothing comes from the sky but evil. The guardsman's one eye studies your squad intently, as if calculating something. Solomorne turns to you and comments in a flat voice. Murder of a superior officer, desertion of living tithe quarters, defamation of Adeptus Arbites members. More than enough for a verdict. Abelard, explain to this man at once how he will address me. Abelard assumes a most stern expression and it proclaims vociferously. Guardsman, before you stands rogue traitor Zen von Valentius. By the will of the Emperor, the ruler of millions of subjects, and the sovereign of many planets, Leethus included. From now on, you will show his lordship proper deference and obey any order without question. Man scrutinizes you from top to bottom. Yes, I see. I see the crux of the matter. You're someone very important, someone whose arrival can turn the tide. This is even more than I expected. Who are you? Self-proclaimed Captain Walls, a stepchild of the Imperium. As we all are here. A living tithe abandoned to his fate, and a Death World veteran who ended up among recruits by mistake. And you admit to murdering your commander so easily? Commander? No, the enemy. He was hiding the truth from us and prevented us from taking action. His death opened the way to freedom and made us realize that there is nothing up there. We are on our own. You'd better explain immediately what the warp is going on down here. Our illusions were shattered. The Arbites brought us here and left us to rot. For years we waited for our chance to die heroically in the name of the Imperium, until we realized the Imperium is gone. All there is the riven sky. What makes you think there is no Imperium? The revolting irresemblance of a smile appears on his melted face. Look around you. Everything you see was a tithe, a sacred payment to the Imperium, and what became of it? Why did it never travel to other worlds as we'd been promised? Why are we starving here instead of doing battle among the stars? Because there's nothing there, that's why. You saw my shuttle arrive with your own eyes? Where do you think I came from? The Riven Sky. You children of the Abyss like to toy with our minds. You keep bringing new garbage here and dumping it on our heads, all just to maintain the feeble facade of your lies. And you keep talking about a future that will never come. What is the Riven Sky? Don't try to fool me. We both know the truth. The Riven Sky is the abyss that has devoured everything outside, the primordial darkness. Sometimes the sky sends people, but they're imitations, shadows wearing human skin. I don't know, or they don't know that they don't exist. But I see right through them. They come from the steel star with the scarlet overseeing eye, from your ruler's throne. If the Imperium does not exist, then who feeds you? We break the containers open, and we get our own sustenance. At least the food we have here is real. Your minions, the Arbetes, toss us some rations, but they aren't enough for the whole regiment. There are too many of us now. Your choice was between starving to death and desecrating the Tithe. This mitigating circumstance will be taken into account during your sentencing. You are insane. That's what you emissaries of the Riven Sky always say, because you're afraid of one who knows the truth. People follow you because you've survived horrors they have never dreamt of, but if pain makes a person stronger, then you are nothing compared to me. A tremor runs across the man's burned face. You're not lying. We've both tasted pure agony, and are forever changed by it. Yes, you are a dangerous opponent. What do you need so many soldiers for? How's it going, Falcon? Hope all is well. Me? No. We need each other. Only together can we take on the Riven Sky and its emissaries. First, we take out the Arbetes. Then we fly to the steel star in the sky. There, we will strike down the false rulers and begin our restoration of the true Imperium. I need to get to the Arbetes outpost. Of course you do. Where else? I know the way. I dream of their little fortress at night, overwhelmed in a flame. The avenues of approach, the adjacent high grounds, the shelters, they are all burned into my mind because of how often I think about that place. The stepchildren and I will arrive there very soon. I will raise the bloodied head of the false law on a spike and destroy the illusion that the Riven Sky has any power left in it. Then the other guard units will join me, and our march toward the stars will begin. Solomorne rubs the bridge of his nose wearily. I have no further questions for anyone who's clearly out of their mind. The question I would like to ask is if there was ever a way to prevent this ugly situation. No matter your numbers, you will never take the Arbetes outpost. The madman's face breaks into a smile. I'm sure that's what you think. You have one of the law dogs on at your side. So, you are their commander, emissary of the Riven Sky. With you as my hostage, the Arbetes will open their gates to me without a fight. Take this one alive, stepchildren. We don't need the rest of them.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I will take you down.
Heinrichs. Verb, you come here. How's it going, Salune? Hope all is well. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. If not, feel free to correct me. 40k war? Damn, it's crazy. Yeah. Alright. I buff.
And it is done. I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Selena? Sounds good. I'm doing pretty good. Just enjoying some
I
rogue
can do
trader.
that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem?
We just
I've
throw
got a
down all of
prize.
the buffs we can.
Don't get too cocky.
High momentum.
And then we propagate buffs.
The machine spirits approve. Astute observation. Curious. Pegasus, engage. Executing command. Lucius, I'm relying on you.
Alright.
The fire can unmake both flesh and machine.
Let's see here. I forgot to give Heinrichs back the Commander's Chrono, I'm noticing. That is fine. Yeah, followers don't mean anything on Twitch. Concurrent viewers, subscriptions, that sort of thing, that matters on Twitch. Followers mean literally nothing on Twitch, because back in the day, around the 2017 era, there were follow bots that, like, just flooded Twitch. And, God, I got hit with them for like a week straight while streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! The mobile Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. And, I mean, I've had like 70 average concurrent viewers in the past, but I took a 5-year, 6-year break or something, and I'm kind of rebuilding my stream from scratch. So, I was decently sized at one point, but I've changed what content I stream, and after a break, you know, people kind of forget that you exist. So, Solomorne casts a grave look over the battlefield, then turns sharply to you. A change of tactics. We must cut off all the arrival points for their reinforcements. See those cables and counterweights? They're what's keeping the containers suspended. We get rid of the counterweights, and the containers will fall and block the passages. Someone will have to climb into this semblance of a tank and open fire on these targets, while the rest activate the shell loading system using the cogitators and hold off the enemies. Choose who will man the tanks. What do you mean, why haven't I updated my channel? Have I not? It looks like it's about a year out of date. But it's still pretty up to date. The computer specs are accurate. I'm 35, not 34 now. RPGs is accurate, and turn-based strategy games. That's essentially what I play. The rules are correct. The YouTube link goes to the correct spot. I don't see anything there that's not up to date. Aside from my age being 1 year off. Choose who will man the tank. I will try and man the tank. This is a task for the rogue trader. Good luck. We won't let the enemy get through to you. Alright, okay. Solomorne, you can come over here. Not everybody on Twitch uses a webcam, and as for gaming logo and overlays, I have an overlay I can use. I just choose not to for games that I don't need to. I prefer having more of the game on stream than some overlay. And then, as for a gaming logo, that costs money. To get one that's done decently and isn't just some shoddy AI cheap scrap or, you know, just poorly made by someone, myself, with no art skill, you know, that costs money, which I do not currently have the money for. So.
Moving into position.
There is a reason for everything.
Plato, we're undertaking this task.
Protect down here. And then send over
Let's
here.
test our skills, Glato. We've got a job to do, Glato.
And that'll be good enough, probably. Yeah, no problem. $50 on the low end. I have some friends that would give me a discount on that because I have many artist friends, but you know, I try and pay what it's actually worth.
Scorn the pain. Here we go. Let's make it quick. Out of my way. Beware, foul sorcery. Mystical error.
Alright, Heinrichs, let's see here. Stabilize, warp speed.
Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain, for the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
Throw down all of the buffs.
I won't
Protect us
object.
all.
Such meetings are incomprehensible. Naturally.
And then
Your turn.
move Burb over here.
Do my bidding.
Zap him. Heinrichs, I didn't give you any of the gear that you needed, did I? That's fine.
Let's get to it. Brace yourself, Abelard. Hold on. Nothing worth salvaging.
My friends would probably charge $20, but I'd probably want to pay around $75. Because I do value their time and effort.
I refuse to comprehend this. Your anatomy is an open book to me.
Alright, let's see here. Abelard.
Indeed. One fewer target. I took care of this one. I will do my duty.
Heinrichs. You can further increase our resolve. And then endure. Or no, then you can just use this again.
For the throne's glory.
Eogan.
Executing command.
Alright. Abelard, I need you to... endure. Come over here.
It will be done.
Use your rock saw
I took care of this
for
one.
just a little bit of damage.
At your beck and call.
Taunt. No thank you. I appreciate the offer, but as I've mentioned, I have a lot of friends who are artists, and if I'm going to be making one, or having one made for me, I would prefer to give friends business. No offense intended or anything like that, just, you know, they're my friends, and I want to support them when possible. I will just use this.
That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done. Reduced to dust. My place is at the fore. One fewer target. Reduced to dust. Indeed. Blasphemous powers. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Okay. And we can head over here.
By the light of holy terror. A tactically sound approach. One fewer target. Someone else can do this.
Darn.
Follow my
Out of
lead.
action points.
Here we go. Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Okay, that one's taken care of.
Here we go. Let's get to it. Out of our way.
Is that more?
As they just all blow themselves up.
Let's get to it. Here we go.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Mystical error.
Uh-oh. If I created an infinite loop... No. Okay.
Let's make it quick.
They kept killing themselves on me, and I wasn't getting turns. Alright, let's give the turn to Abelard here. Come down here, power up the tank.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and reduced to dust. I will do my duty. I took care of this one. Reduced to dust.
There we go. Jai.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Come on over here. Further power up the tank. Why did the tank not get to go?
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Alright, here we are. That one's taken care of. And then I will come over here.
Accepted.
Concentrated fire.
Executed. Leto, we're undertaking this task.
Okay, then I
take it as
revel in
priority.
slaughter. And I can... this will be
sentence
fine.
has
I'll
been
just use this.
passed. The order is target eliminated. It won't take long. Arbitrator judges.
Here we go. Heinrichs. Is there another thing I need to click on to further power up the tank? Negative. Alright. And we'll just come over here.
I'm done with this momentum. I won't go down easy.
Hold on.
Heinrichs.
Let's see to it.
You can charge over here, power up the tank.
Here we go.
And where are these counterweights I need to destroy? I destroyed the two there. Okay, it's here.
Now's not the time to lie around.
Let's make it quick.
Goodbye, Solomorne. You were good.
Low momentum.
Your domain is an incontrovertible fact.
Alright. Very weird combat this was.
We must act.
Solomorne, you have a concussion from receiving a tank shell to the face.
Rogue trader.
Let me heal that for you.
Just in time.
Bloody Mentor. All of this is stuff that I don't need. Trophy lasgun. Yeah, all of this is just garbage. We throw everything but the key.
A new challenge for me.
Sad part is, I don't even need any of this as cargo. I've already bought everything there is to buy in the game. How's it going, Stratic? Hope all's well. It is very fun to play, in my opinion. There is one downside to it that I have found, but there are people that don't see this, as an issue. And that is, after Act 3, there are 5 acts, but after Act 3, the game is just kind of, like, super easy. Even on the highest difficulties. At least as far as I've found. Some people don't believe that to be the case, but I don't know. I haven't had issues with the game since end of Act 3. Yeah. Aside from that, the story is, like, super top-notch, and the gameplay has been very fun up to now. So yeah. Hope you're doing well. Let's open this.
Follow my lead.
Then we can come up over here. What do we have? Shield of Unfaltering Will. Abelard. You know, I prefer the Defender there.
The Lex prevails.
Solomorne, you, however, can use that shield, probably. Yes. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Took my first day off from streaming in like a month yesterday, and it was much needed. I feel far better today.
This ocular implant was a
Yeah, this is very much a CRPG in the same, like, vein as, like, say, Baldur's Gate 3 or Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Baldur's Gate 1, Neverwinter Nights, stuff of that sort. It is very heavily story-based.
I rise to the occasion.
Alright, Glado, get in there. Grab that loot. Okay, that netted us a key.
Victory awaits!
Last Vox. Ooh, what is this? Interesting. And then this is 25 weapon skill, 50%. Ooh, 300% more damage? Heck yeah. Alright, let's see here. Vox plays the log of the most recent messages. 353rd Company, come in. This is Private Wilger. I've lost my unit. I've been wandering in this infernal cargo maze for 5 full days now, requesting assistance. I've run out of rations. I'm hungry as a dog. I feel like eating the sling of my lasgun. I can see smoke, probably from some kind of camp, but I don't see a path to get there. I'll try to circle around. Wilger out. This is Private Wilger. Come in. I've lost sight of the smoke. I can't tell where I am now. I did find a container, packed with delicacies, though. Something called roe, which seems to be eggs from actual, genuine fish. All in synth capsules, vacuum sealed. There's enough food for a whole company here. Maybe that'll get you to respond. Wilger out. It's Wilger. Come in. It's been a week. Respond. Anybody? I hate it. I hate roe. That's all you have to eat for a very long time. Yeah, I can imagine so.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Protector Adriana Yeager, Outpost TM 255, greetings, rogue trader. Woman hailing you could hardly be called ancient, but it seems her life has been arduous enough to turn her hair gray well before its time. Yeah. I have 6 people and 3 overseer pets. Greetings, Yeager. The lack of provisions and order here has driven the recruits to anarchy. You were supposed to keep the guardsmen in good shape. I'm waiting for an explanation. They've spawned extra mouths and rebelled against the commanders. There were too few of us to prevent this, but we will not issue a single ration merely over an unplanned human surplus. I won't even ask if you've tried to petition the Administratum for additional provisions. I know it's not in your instructions, and I can see that you do not care about this human surplus, as you put it. Why is your landing pad blocked? I formally apologize for this on behalf of the Adeptus Arbites. We have been forced to stockpile shipments of weapons and explosives within the walls of the outpost to keep the living Tithe from getting to them. I was attacked by guardsmen. Drone's blood. More losses among the living Tithe. The arbitrator rubs her temple wearily. Yup. Pretty much. Why have you not dealt with the insurgents? They nearly stole a tank. The Tithe is taking damage. I'm aware of that. However, we cannot afford an operation to capture and eliminate the insurgents. That would cause losses among the arbitrators, which would be catastrophic in our current situation. We barely have enough people to stand watch and man the planetary defense weaponry. So where do you suppose that leaves container loading systems? We're forced to keep order only where we can. For the time being, cargo loss is still within the Administratum's regulated norm of deterioration. Almost got killed, and you're worried about the damage to your Tithe. The damage to the Tithe is real, while your death remains in the realm of speculation. I ask that you not forget whom you are addressing, Mistress Yeager. Be mindful of your words. Do not confuse my responsibilities with yours. My duty is to guard the Tithe, not ingratiate myself with people of higher standing. It's pointless. She has spent too much time in this insane planet. Are you able to speculate how likely the following development is to occur? Rogue Trader sends the insolent lawwoman to the most throne-forsaken planet there is, where she will guard the dust at her feet for the remainder of her life in solitude. Considering the necessity of the Adeptus Arbites maintaining its alliance with your dynasty, the Marshal may well give his assent to such a penalty. Yeager bows her head. This insolent lawwoman has fully earned her punishment, and will be watching her mouth from now on. Your supervision of the Tithe is insufficient. Given the secrecy of the planet, the number of arbitrators available, and the capriciousness of the Maw, the current supervision is optimal. It is not up to standard, and that is putting it mildly. But neither we nor the Administratum can provide more. I see you are completely incompetent in this manner. Acknowledged, Rogue Trader. Your dissatisfaction will be recorded in the minutes for this meeting and addressed according to general procedure. Now, let us move on to the purpose of your announced inspection. The authenticity of the Administratum and Adeptus Arbites authorizations has been verified upon your vessel's identification. I'm aware that this is not a social visit. Speak plainly. Why has the head of the dynasty come here in person? The Marshal has ordered the Tithe to be ported to Dargonis. Start loading the barges. Yeager lifts her gaze to the foul skies of Leethus. So that's how it is? After so many years? Understood, Rogue Trader. We will begin loading immediately. A lot of the time. The big bads of, like, Act 1 are Cult of the Final Dawn, which is essentially a Chaos Undivided cult, but more or less leaning heavily on Tzeentch. And then there is Act 2, where you are kind of exploring the Expanse, which is, this part of the Cronus Expanse, which is where you, as the Rogue Trader, it's where your land, if you will, resides, where your territory is. And you're kind of retaking it as you have just come into power, and your predecessor is no more. So, that's Act 2. Then Act 3 is spoilers. And then Act 4 is I am back and dealing with the Cronus Expanse. And this is as far as I've gotten, so. Yeah. I tried to keep it as spoiler light as possible while going over the broad strokes. Cool. It is a very fun game. And, in case anybody watching is interested in watching VODs of the gameplay, I have a YouTube where I post my VODs, and I have if I could type, I have a Discord where people can come and chat outside of stream hours. Yep. Humans and some demons for the most part. Lord Captain, your shuttle pilot reports that due to the loading activity, it is no longer possible to get to the to keep the shuttle on Leethus' surface. There's risk of collision with the cargo handling mechanisms. The shuttle will remain in orbit until it can safely land at the Arbites outpost and take you aboard. I apologize for the inconvenience, Rogue Trader. If it's any consolation, the loading process is nearly complete, and only a few formalities remain. In particular, we need the Tithe inventory. The clerk, Tertius, Quart has it. As much as it offends me, I must ask you to return him to the outpost. That said, retrieving the inventory without the clerk will also suffice. Send Rogue Trader on errands, the nerve of this woman. I will see to the clerk. Where do I find him? The section that Quart is currently taking inventory of is not far from here. We've blocked the passage so that the living Tithe does not bother the scribes. I will clear the way for you now. Is there anything else I need to know about the clerk? Hardly, but I can give a brief resume. Like other scribes, Quart is personally selected by the prefect to maintain the inventory. He is meticulous, efficient, and incredibly committed. I saw him on several occasions, and he was always immersed in his work. Yeager frowns slightly, perhaps even obsessively so. I also want to mention that the DLC for this game is very worth it. It adds a lot to the game, both thematically and like content-wise. In order of importance for the DLC, if you decide not to get them all, I would rank them as Void Shadows being the most important and like best of them. And then I would rank the newest one, trying to remember what it's called, Infinite Museum. I would rank that one as second, and then the third one, which is Adeptus Arbites focused, which I'm currently doing, I would rank that as the third most important. And then there's a fourth one that's coming sooner or later. This one's Lex Imperialis. That's what it is. When you get DLCs, you usually get them in order, chronological? Yeah, that's perfectly fine, too. Since Void Shadows was the first one, and it is the best one of them, that is very acceptable. Alright. I wanted to ask you about something else. I'm listening, Rogue Trader. How do you keep the Tithe safe with such small force at your disposal? The first line of defense is secrecy. No one knows the coordinates of this world except the Marshal and now you. The second is the automated defenses and the communication systems between the warehouses. Each arbitrator is responsible for their own sector and keeps it secure. There is also the last line of defense. It was provided to us by Theodora von Valentius at the request of the Adeptus Arbites. The bowels of Leethus are packed with cyclonic bombs, manufactured to special order on Kiavagama. In the event of the imminent loss of the world to enemy attack, we will trigger the Oblivion Directive and completely annihilate the planet. The Tithe is paramount. It cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands, and we are willing to go down with it to prevent that from happening. You know, Shireen, I find myself questioning two things in this life: whether arbitrators understand what secrecy means, and whether one can consider it a good idea to be walking around on a planet packed with a gigaton of explosives. Yeager, how long have you been here? For many years, Rogue Trader. When I first set foot on Leethus, my hair was like a raven's wing, and there was a stupid certainty in my head that I would be here for a dozen cycles at most. Thankfully, Leethus has beaten that rotten habit of hoping and making plans out of me, and taught me patience and humility instead. I must take my leave. Alright. It is time for ads on Twitch. They last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone when I return. Alright, the ad's finished. Let us continue.
A new challenge for me?
For treasure.
Ooh, goods. Anything interesting? Arbitrator's Signal Ring. Whenever Protect is used on the Rogue Trader, the Overseer regains 1 AP. Neat. We definitely want that on Solomorne.
None shall stand in my way. Nuncius solved this conundrum.
Scoped shotgun. That's interesting. It does more damage, but has less armor pen. Has additional hit chance, dodge reduction. Very interesting. This armor looks kind of nice until you realize that Solomorne is likely to never be below 100% wounds. So, yeah. It does give a lot more armor, however, and I don't really care about the reactivate range, so probably still better. And then it was the scoped shotgun. Never being below 100% wounds sounds pretty bad. Yeah, I kind of went a little heavy on buffing my party, and they end up with a bunch of temporary HP. He's always at full health, or above full health because of temporary HP. Like I said, once I got to Act 4, things kind of scaled out of control.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, this is back the way I came, but more stuff is open now.
Over there. Excellent.
Yeah. Because the tabletop RPG Rogue Trader game referred to them as wounds instead of HP, they now
Follow my lead.
call it wounds for the CRPG as well. I can definitely see where the confusion comes from. It took me a good, like, day of playing to get used to that.
Whatever.
Whenever the wearer hits a target with a shield, that target must pass a toughness resistance test or be knocked prone. Alright, this is all just like really good shit for Solomorne, so we're just gonna keep throwing more stuff on him here. Dodge penalty of the wearer's armor is reduced by 10%. But it doesn't actually seem to be doing anything. Okay, those gloves appear to be broken. So, just not going to wear them. That's fine. Whenever the wearer hits a target with a shield, that target must pass a toughness test or be knocked prone. I think I'm okay with the current helmet that we have on. This container is filled to the brim with dried, polished human bones. You can barely make out the ecclesiarchy symbol on the rusted plasteel.
Victory awaits. I did fine.
This is Coffin Maker's Sledge. This weapon's single target attacks deal additional direct damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum wounds, up to a maximum of 300. This seems pretty nice. I will hold on to it for now. I kind of want to use it, but at the same time, this has lower base damage, but it does have stacking critical damage. Not like I need more damage at the moment. Jai. I think you are my Medicaid person. Medicaid.
My pleasure.
Glittering object on the corpse's hand catches your eye. A string of silver prayer beads with a tarnished Adeptus Administratum symbol. The victim must have been buried alive in the middle of an inventory inspection. Someone's taken shelter in the old container. There's a simple bed and a table, both of which are buried in data slates and papers, and the walls are scribbled over in unintelligible calculations.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
We found the clerk that we were sent to retrieve. The gray-clad man taps his finger on his data slate. His bulky head implant showers the surrounding liberally with sparks. 200 million? No. Didn't account for corrosion. But where? I've come for the inventory. Abelard, tell this scribbler what I'm here for. The seneschal's booming voice causes a small avalanche of grain in one of the opened containers. His lordship, rogue trader Zen von Valentius, bearer of the sacred warrant, has come to collect the inventory of the Tithe shipment. The clerk winces and mutters mechanically. Tertius Quart, rank 3 scribe of the Departamento Catalogus. Quantity 1. The inventory, his dry, reddened eyes fix upon you. There is no rogue trader on the inventory. I can't give you anything before I fill in the forms. So let's start with the retinue. Relax, Tertius. There's no time for any further inventory taking. Just give us the report, and we will take you to the shuttles without any trouble. The clerk's tense shoulders relax a little. I believe you, but the report, just one more tiny bit of stock taking. All right? Fine, but make it quick. Clerk gets to work enthusiastically as if he hadn't heard you. A member of the Adeptus Arbites, quantity 1. A non-standard issue, Cybermastiff, quantity 1. Physical integrity, below average. Configuration, secondary. Jaw, prognathous, and powerful. All of the above applies to both units. No offense, but I would not trust you with an inventory of Kaleidos's shit. What with how deranged you are, and to think that someone gave you the Expanse's entire tithe to freely desecrate. Guard private, aged, quantity 1, deterioration, high, unfit for duty. I'm not even sure which offends me more, you're invaliding me, or you're mistaking me, an officer of the Navy, for an expendable guardsman. Attack Priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, quantity 1, organic limbs, standard quantity, mechadendrites within normative perimeters, head, the clerk squints at Nuncius. 1 unit in excess of the required complement. I will log this with the annotation recommended for removal. Nuncius is not subject to removal, and the removal of my own head would do little to restore your cognitive functions, layperson, even if I were to graft it onto you. There are cases, it seems, where even my skills prove powerless. I love the dialogue in this game. A woman of benign appearance, quantity 1. An opulence of golden Aquilas and Imperium standard skulls suggests an affiliation with the Adeptus Ministorum. What department are you from? Benign appearance? Yes, that's me. Put down Adeptus Amescus as my department, esteemed one. That guy has no fear. None at all. A man of worn out appearance with a heavy stare, quantity 1. What department are you from, colleague? Put NA in that field, colleague, and add a note at the top of my sheet that says, burn before reading. This concludes the inventory of the retinue. Proceeding to taking inventory of the rogue trader. Well, let's see what you have to say. A rogue trader, quantity 1, bloodstain count on attire, 20. Could you turn around? Turn around. 26. Equipment condition, excellent. Limb count, satisfactory. Appearance, unremarkable. Self-importance, elevated. Elevated self-importance, me. What? Yes, the assessment is standardized. Don't argue with it. The clerk touches his implant pensively. It has finally stopped sparking. Excellent. Very good. We're almost done. Now to finalize your inventory record, please take off your clothes. You know what? I'm going all the way. Sure, why not? Just one question. Are you aware that this will go into the report to the Marshal? Solomorne's iron palm covers his face. Or worse, do you actually want this in the report? Lord Captain, why can't you be like other rogue traders in how you express your eccentric side? You could reserve a deck for Grok's races. You could use your crew members as human pieces in games of regicide. At a pinch, you could have your face carved into an asteroid. I had become so obsessed with the prospect of seeing mountains of treasure, I forgot you were the real treasure all along, Shireen. Jai makes herself comfortable, intending to fully enjoy the inventory taking. The clerk grabs his quill greedily, ready to catalog your every birthmark and scar. If the wearer's name is Zen von Valencius, the wearer gains plus 23 to all skills? Oh, shit. You know what? It was worth this. It was worth getting naked. Inventory of the Rogue Trader complete. Thank you for your cooperation. Now regarding the Tithe. Please understand, I need time for additional inventory taking. Just a couple of years, no decades. Ah, yes, of course. Let me open the path to the Cogitator. That's where the inventory is. I don't know, because this comes online in Act 4. So, I mean... Is it a go? It's still pretty nice, though. I can use it instead of Heart of the Nameless now, though. Because it is better than a +10 to all skills. What is the scale off of? Profit factor divided by 10. Neat. Scales with stonks. Yup. Abelard. Why am I way back here? What? I should be first. Whatever. I'm guessing I was removed from the party and then added to the party again during that little cutscene that just happened. I will just go with this. That'll be fine.
A new challenge for me?
Chipped data slate. We hid the container when things started to look bad on the old Heartless. We'll climb out once they unload goods at the port warehouse. I bet those thick-headed lawmen won't even realize they've graciously brought a couple of ratsies right to their precious hoard. Got no food here, though. It's cold as a grave. It's fine, we'll manage. They're not going to drag all this to the other side of the sector, are they? Soon, Trey and Kyra are going to be the richest rats in the whole Expanse. How do I access this up here? Oh, there's a ladder. That's how. Okay, that tracks. For the first time in a round, if the wearer kills 3 or more targets using a weapon area attack, that area attack does not spend MP and does not count toward the attack limit in the turn. I don't know, I imagine there were some pretty rich and fat rats on Thesara.
Follow my lead.
Hello there, friend.
Submit and you'll...
He does look friend-shaped. He's even... Aww. His name changed. It was Fiend of Viabo 6 for a moment there. Bull Mother. Has a burrow. Abrupt Emergence. Dig. Summon Brood. And a Tremor. Alright.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and this is done. Don't get too cocky.
We throw down our buffs.
I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Give Eogan a turn. And then further buff everyone.
A valid argument.
Lucius, I'm relying on you. My creation, your assistance is required. Your Messiah can unmake both flesh and machine.
Just get a little bit of damage in there. And then let's give Heinrichs a turn.
Conduit of the machine god's will. Naturally. Your turn.
And we will buff everyone.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. But of course,
Oh, for
Lord
throne's
Captain,
sake!
I won't object to it.
Just a couple of buffs, you know?
Do my bidding.
Flesh is inescapable.
Aw, it summoned its brood and wandered off. How lame.
For the throne's glory, your reckoning is due.
Okay, and then I can just come back
Let's
up
see
here.
to it.
And then give me a turn.
They'll write legends about me.
I will endure.
Not a
Reckless
problem
Rush.
for me.
I want to Weapon Optimizer. Charge in.
Nothing I can't opposing me was your biggest mistake.
And then I can come over here.
I shall not fear. Suits my
Reckless Strike.
Nothing I can't do. What is this?
Disruption.
There's nowhere to handle it.
Do not leave me down.
Ah, I see. You have come back.
Regret this.
Heretic escapes punishment.
Cool. Then I can charge in.
My tactics are flawless. Another clean strike.
And then it goes
Flesh is inescapable.
back underground. That is fine.
Right to exist.
All too easy.
I reload. Come over here.
Nothing of value has been
Disruption.
Come down here, and I can charge.
never wavered in the face of adversity.
And we're just scaling our damage. I get stacks of versatility every time I use a different weapon. A different attack type from the previous one. And every one of my melee attacks is critting, so it's causing me to use my offhand attack due to Fleet Officer training, wherever that is. Around somewhere. Fleet Combat training. So then I'm just gaining stacks of versatility, and then on top of that, I'm gaining stacks of extermination, which is just +1 flat damage for every attack I've made this combat, and it stacks. and then gets boosted by any percentages that I have.
Forge ahead!
The mother gets back up,
I'll live another day.
and then goes back down, or goes over there. Then I can come back over here and attack.
Let's see how they respond to this. Doubt is for the weak.
Easy fight.
None shall stand in my way.
Crawl through. Blessing of the Immaterium. While in a 4-cell radius around Cyber Raven, the Overseer's relayed attacking psychic powers deal 22% more damage and do not count toward the attack limit per turn, but whenever the Cyber Raven relays an attacking psychic power, the Overseer suffers damage equal to 10% of their maximum wounds. Additionally, the Overseer is slowed and cannot dodge attacks while in this area. Ooh, that seems kind of fun for a Blaster Psyker. A muffled growl comes from beneath the sand. The moment you approach, the sound fades and blood starts pumping in your temples. You feel your lips stretching into a vicious grin. Intimidating growl. Requires heretical follower. Ah, that's neat. I don't have anybody who's heretical and uses shields, though, so...
Victory awaits!
And this is, whenever the wearer uses Charge, Dance Macabre, Dash, or Death from Above, they gain 17% armor penetration and dodge reduction till the end of their turn. That's okay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
You're back? You're back. You've eliminated the ambuls. Good. I'm crossing them off the inventory. How many injuries have you sustained? I must account for the units of blood spilt. There is no cogitator with the inventory, is there? The clerk's eyes well up. I thought it would stop you. I have a job to finish. You can't imagine how hard this is? The workload, the responsibility. Please understand, I'm on my own here. Well, almost. The clerk adds in a conspiratorial whisper. There's another scribe here. He works at night and litters the reports with errors. You even realize what the consequences are for attempting to kill a rogue traitor. Yes, death. But with you gone, the Tithe would have stayed here. It would have given me time, meeting the target, filling in the last form. Those are the only things that matter. He has lost his mind and is unlikely to recover it. I see no point in judging a madman. I suggest simply collecting the inventory and leaving. Why were so few clerks assigned to an entire planet? There used to be more of us. 5 died of exhaustion. 3 were killed in collapses of Tithe assets. 2 were eaten by the ambuls. Another 10, no, 11, I don't know. Administratum replenishments are too rare. This world is too highly classified. How did the ambuls get here in the first place? Ambuls? Repulsive aggressive pests. They adapt to any environment. This world is infested with them. They get to the Tithe and gobbled up everything they saw. And I had to update the inventory. The clerk's voice falters and turns into inconsolable weeping. Enough, where's the inventory? It's incomplete. The scribe recoils and clutches his head with a moan. The inventory is in my implant. and it is notifying me of unaccounted for assets all the time. The clerk whimpers, his implant creaks in response. My head is the inventory. As much as I hate to distract you, you're coming with me. The clerk sobs and lowers his sparking head, ready to follow you.
I won't tolerate weakness.
At least this planet is more fun than the other planet that I had to do, Thesara. That poor person who was sitting there. Rogue Trader, we are now in the final stage of the loading process. Consequently, your shuttle is finally able to maneuver around and land. As soon as the matter of the inventory is settled, you will be free to depart. Here's your clerk. What is next? We do not have much left to load. The bulk of it is already on the barges, and the rest is being delivered automatically. We merely need to decide what to do with the living Tithe. They have bred irresponsibly and are now twice as numerous as before. They are people, not living Tithe. Take everyone. If there's not enough room, throw out something rotten. Dr. Yeager nods without taking her eyes off the data slate. Evidently, the fate of these people interested her only within the framework of statistics. Then it is settled. Your shuttle is ready to depart. We will take care of. Watcher of Leethus. The space around you suddenly fills with screeches and crackles that pour from every vox and speaker. Then you hear a deep male voice. Query. Invitation to the Von Valentius Orbital Station. Uploading coordinates into the shuttle's central cogitator complete. Purpose. Finalizing the Oblivion Directive. The voice goes into a guttural, gurgling cough. Harry not offspring. If you delay, you will be blown up along with all the extraneous subjects. Blast it, Yeager whispers, grabbing her data slate and typing frantic commands into it. Abelard wrinkles his face tentatively. That voice, does it sound familiar? No, why would it? Forgive me, Lord Captain. I'm hearing things. Who are you? Answers. Yes, we have always had a thirst for knowledge. I will satisfy your curiosity when you come to me. I need to know if you have what it takes to see this through. Now hurry. This world will soon cease to exist. Hacking audio bug. That has to be one of my least favorite bugs. Yeager's data slate is flashing a panicked red. The augurs are recording anomalous seismic activity. Someone has started arming cyclonic bombs in the bowels of Leethus. The machine spirits are rejecting all counter litanies. The planet is done for. We cannot stop this. Her lips tighten into a white streak, and her data slate falls to the floor. The proctor raises her weapon, followed by the rest of the arbitrators. I demand an explanation, Rogue Trader. Why can't we block the Oblivion? Is this your doing? What do you think you're doing, Yeager? Lower your weapon this instant? I'm just as clueless as you are. Allow me to explain. You seized the Tithe by somehow obtaining both the Marshal's and the Administratum's authorizations. Then, an accomplice contacted you and tricked the machine spirits into activating the destruction of the world with cyclonic bombs. Bombs delivered years ago from a Von Valentius world. I should add, all that is left to do to get away and cover your tracks. Did I miss anything? Enough, Yeager? Not only are your efforts not helping to protect the Tithe, they are actually hurting the cause. Lay down your weapons before you make one final mistake. I see you no longer serve the Lex Imperialis, but the interests of a rogue trader. Yeager resolutely clutches her weapon. Solomorne, what are you doing? Fighting against a flawed interpretation of the Lex Imperialis. Solomorne takes his eyes off Yeager for a moment and looks at you intently. I did not think you would see it any other way. I'm gonna go with the logic here. Don't you find there are too many inconsistencies in this story? What if this situation is not, in fact, the result of some insanely devious plan of mine? Have you considered that I may have been unwittingly involved in someone else's scheme? That sounds plausible. This planet's about to fall apart, in case you've forgotten. I'm in as much danger as you are. If we continue to stand here doing nothing, we're all dead. I'll go the text use. Or the tech use. Did you hear those strange noises on the Vox line? That is what intercepted transmissions sound like. Why would one of my servants do that? Perhaps someone is trying to frame you, or there are even more convoluted motives involved. The bolter's muzzle lowers slowly as if overcoming an invisible obstacle. I see no need for further confrontation. Consider the issue settled for now. We will board your flagship, and you will investigate the identity of the perpetrator. Let us return to this matter in the Marshal's presence on Dargonis.
A new challenge for me.
Watcher of Leethus. A human torso is built into the massive cogitator. Countless cables entangle the shriveled body and snake under the pale skin. Identification, Rogue Trader Von Valencius, initiating the final stage of the Oblivion Directive. A ragged wheeze escapes the Vox grill, and the man's speech becomes more animated and bilious. You've arrived at last, Offspring. At last, everything ends. Copy of the Emperor. I don't know about that. Go on, take the last step, confirm the execution of the directive, and in so doing, destroy Leethus, take its riches, and free me from this unbearable vigil. Explain to me what's going on now. You really do not know? Did she choose to, or not to tell you? Or did she not get the chance? It doesn't matter anymore. Yours is the blood of the dynasty, and so I'm compelled to give you this answer. Supreme Ordinance, the arrival of the head of the Von Valencius dynasty with the purpose of extraction of the Tithe, triggers the immediate activation of the Oblivion Directive by the Watcher of Leethus. At the moment of the directive's activation, the machine spirits of the initiation systems are bound in Prometheum Proxima class Cognoshackles. The Cognoshackles cannot be removed by any means. This directive guarantees the Rogue Trader's acquisition of the planet's assets and the destruction of Leethus, presented as being caused by the actions of the enemies of humanity. A favorite legion. When you say legion, do you mean like a company of space marines, or I don't know what you mean by legion. Sorry, I'm still semi-new to 40k. Essentially, all of the lore of 40k that I know is from this game. Chapter? Sorry? Ah. I don't know a ton about the different chapters. The Space Wolves are, you know, kind of fun, though. So Lady Theodora intended to steal the Tithe from the start. She arranged the world's destruction to cover her tracks, installed a servant to keep an eye on things, and even made a contingency plan in case of her own death. All she needed was an opportune moment, like this one. With the Expanse being torn apart, the planet's death looks convincing. An outrageous accusation. Lady Theodora never would have sullied herself with such heresy. Stealing the sacred Tithe? Never. Now that's ambition. You can't even call it theft. Just an ingenious redistribution of resources on a sector scale. Ingenious and audacious. As for factions that I like, I think the Tyranid are probably my favorite faction out of 40k. Adeptus Mechanicus is pretty high up there. What about you? What's your favorite chapter, and what are some of your favorite factions? Abort Leethus' destruction this instant. I must refuse. The Supreme Ordinance states that if the head of the dynasty has declared the Tithe's evacuation, I'm to destroy the planet. You are the one who announced to the arbitrators that you were taking the Tithe with you. The directive has been initiated and the Cognos shackles placed. It cannot be stopped. But if I simply kill you, then you will change nothing. The directive cannot be stopped. The Cognos shackles, once applied to the initiation systems, are unbreakable. Accept your fate, offspring. I accepted mine long ago. Were you the one who intruded on my conversation with Vigdis prior to our landing on Leethus? Yes, I needed to exchange codes with the flagship in order to identify the vessel and its owner. I had to sift through onboard communication channels and systems to verify the new Lord Captain's data and his right to be one. You want me to claim the Tithe for my own? I have long since been robbed of the luxury of freely expressing my thoughts. I'm merely quoting Theodora's plan. This qualifies for a culprit's confession, except the culprit herself is dead and judging this creature would be pointless. Still, we must decide what to do next, rogue trader. If the Marshal learns the whole truth, it will make things difficult for everyone. It is better that you redress Theodora's crime by sending part of the Tithe to support the afflicted worlds of the Expanse, and delivering the rest to the Administratum. I fully agree with you. Good, I've had enough complications for one mission. I've decided, I still have questions. Are you a servitor or something different? Something entirely different, offspring. A prisoner of my own mind and these machines. Do not let my manner of speech deceive you. I am only following the orders vested in me. The part of my brain that controls my ability to converse and holds the scraps of my personality was severed from my volition. Centers and locked into a cage of functions and limitations. So you can think for yourself. Calling it thinking would be an overstatement. Imagine a corridor with all the doors locked except for one or two. That would be my consciousness. Yes, a dark, suffocating corridor with fading pictures of memory and nail scratches on the wall. Why were you consigned to such a terrible fate? There was a threat to Theodora's rule, and she had my brain dissected. A sophisticated sentence. To be humiliated, to live in suffering, yet continue to serve the dynasty, perfectly harmless. Absorb this lesson, offspring. That is how a rogue trader metes out punishment. I have other questions. Why do you call me offspring? What else should I call you? The heir to the dynasty's throne, a young descendant. You may have grown used to people prostrating themselves before you, but to me, you are just a child. Yet you still haven't told me your name. Who are you? That is the one question I cannot answer. Theodora did not wish for anyone to learn the name of he who has become the Watcher of Leethus. Very well, but if Theodora were to order you to tell her your name, how would you respond? The man says nothing for a long time, and the air around the cogitator grows noticeably hotter. Finally, he speaks. I would say, dear sister, what a silly question. It is me, Darius, your older brother, whom you condemned to eternal torment. By the Holy Throne, so that's where I remember the voice from? I saw you once when I was accompanying Lady Theodora. You weren't as you are now back then, but she never spoke of you as her brother. Why? How could Theodora have a brother? Everyone would know you. Had I been a legitimate child, yes, they would have written my name in gold into the dynasty's chronicle. However, my mother's origin, as well as certain other circumstances, were damaging for House von Valentius, and so my inclusion into the family hit a snag. When Theodora was young, I was brought to Dargonis to be trained for the role of seneschal. When she became the rogue traitor, she refused to recognize me as her kin. She needed an obedient servant who wouldn't challenge her rule. Had I behaved myself, perhaps Theodora would have condescended to call me her brother and her heir on her deathbed. Why were you punished? As Theodora's senior relative and direct heir, I could lay claim to her throne, and I did. I intended to kill her and declare a search for her successor, and while it went on, to enter the warrant chamber and assume the rogue traitor's title by right of blood. Theodora exposed my plan, executed anyone who had taken part in the conspiracy, and turned me over to her tech priests. Why come up with such an elaborate punishment? At first, I thought Theodora was going to pay me visits so she could gloat, but she never once appeared on the station. I have a different explanation now. For von Valentius, even punishment must befit his status. With a gilded prison and one-of-a-kind augmetics, so as not to have a pathetic servitor mar the dynasty's image. You've yet to ask me how your sister died. Cannot ask questions about anything unrelated to my function. Now that you've brought it up yourself, however. No, I do not want to know. If I heard that she had died by chance at the hands of an unworthy opponent, I would be gravely disappointed. After all, I have always solaced myself by believing that Theodora was someone extraordinary, and only because of this was she able to beat me. Enough about that. I have decided what should be done about the tithe. A portion of the tithe will remain with me, and I will see to it that it finds its way to the to worlds affected by the crisis. You are a better person than Theodora was. Do not take this as a compliment. It is an extremely detrimental quality for a rogue trader. The rogue trader has spoken. The barges will go where he has decreed. And the Watcher of Leethus has served his purpose. I had hoped that I would feel relief. I know that it's there, locked inside my protocols, and he wanted me to know and not feel. The Watcher's head hits his sunken chest. Even at the moment of his death, he was denied the elation of freedom. The vid screens of the cogitators flicker, trying to preserve the influx of data, then fade all at once. Goodbye, Leethus. You were a much better planet than Thesara was. Let's grab the goods.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
Lady Theodora's mantle. The start of the wearer's turn. If there are more enemies than allies in combat, the wearer deals 20% more damage with melee weapons. That is a pretty nice cloak.
Victory awaits.
Your Voxcaster hisses softly, drawing your attention. It seems someone has been hailing you for some time now. Lord Captain, your immediate intervention is required. The barges you sent to Dargonis have been attacked by enemy ships that just emerged from the warp. What ships are they? They carry no identifying marks, and the signatures are unreadable. All I can tell you is that they are of Imperial construction. How did they find us? This system's coordinates are classified. At present, we do not know, Lord Captain, but we are already working on it. Prepare for battle.
For the glory of the dynasty! Torpedoes! Locked!
Okay, if I come over here, I can't. Okay, if I do this, I can turn this way.
The time has come.
Why am I unable to use my wraiths? Alright, this is possibly fine. I'll do a shallow jump, and I still can't reach it. Well, alright. I will protect my front. Please stop attacking the Tithe. Attack me instead. More enemy ships? Okay, I will head up here and explode. Yeah, space combat. It's kind of fun. Okay, took out 2 of the ships. Why am I unable to use my... Whatever.
Onward! Lay in the course.
Okay, that'll do. I'm very worried about this ship. Can it stop, please? Okay, then I come down here and blow up. And then I can warp wave this one. And then I can strafe only that way.
The time has come.
Okay. We come down here and fire. Please stop. These ships, I care about them.
Do not miss your chance, Elantak.
There's so many. Alright, unfortunately, ads are about to start playing. I try to avoid having that happen in the middle of combats, but it was unfortunately timed this time. They're going to last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. Alright, yeah, it's finished. Let's continue this combat. Okay, I need to head here.
Lay in the course.
Rip them apart!
Another salvo!
Already dead? Pathetic Arch-Militant.
Let us reduce the cooldown on the warp wave. And the cooldown on the Master Cannoneer, but I don't have any torpedoes, so that's pointless. Yeah, this is fine. I will warp wave to jump up closer to them. Lots of enemies down here. Okay, let's head up here, and I'm unable to actually kill off those interceptors. I guess that's fine. We'll head down here then. If I go here...
Set the course. Onward.
Annihilation confirmed. My prediction, no survivors.
Torpedoes.
Okay, then I can use the torpedoes here. Move them like so. And then I can throw down these. And I will warp wave this one, just so that it's not facing this way. Slow him down a little bit. And I will leave the protected shield on my front. Then we can come down here. Torpedoes!
Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
We blow this one up.
We broke their shield. Now break their spirit.
Leave their hull strewn across the sky.
God's wrath has cast down the enemy's void shield.
Macro cannon. Volley.
Set the course.
There we are. Okay, that's about as good as that's getting for now.
time has come.
Okay. Let us move up here. And I will
Set the course.
fire on them.
Annihilate them.
Use torpedoes. Explode.
The enemy's void shield is non-functional.
Warp wave. How's it going, Cleave? And that is an entirely valid reason for arriving late. I mean, all reasons are valid reasons, but that one ranks at the top of them. I protected the Tithe.
Another salvo.
A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Hey, Cleave! Thank you for subbing with Prime. Very much appreciate it. Reporting all enemy vessels destroyed. When will these upstarts get the message? You attack a rogue trader, you'll be floating in the void like a dead rat in the lower decks soup. Sorry, in a lower decker's soup. Who were they? Well coordinated, well equipped, signatures encrypted. Those weren't some nameless void rabble. They were professionals, mercenaries, Lord Captain. How did they know where we were? The Vox relays, the sound of hearty spitting. Traders, some of them had infiltrated the crew, a dozen voidsmen, a few officers, and thrown even one astropath. That eyeless scumbag sent his mates on the system's coordinates when we arrived. Their ships must have been patrolling this region in hopes of discovering Leethus. Where are these traders? I wish to interrogate them. Master-at-Arms handled their interrogation personally, and she managed to break the most resistant ones. In short, we learned that they wanted to destroy part of the Tithe and retreat. Strange behavior for pirates, wouldn't you agree? The last one spat out a cryptic warning along with his entrails. By the time you get back to Dargonis, it will be too late. I don't know what that means exactly. And what of the barges? Successfully translated into the warp and are now on their way to the designated coordinates, Lord Captain. Report received. We're moving out. Marshal Strax must be told about what's happening here. Lord Captain, the Astropathic Choir has received word about a pirate fleet that is preparing to attack one of our richest extractiums. I believe it's thugs from the Elusive Contempt again. Their next target is one of the planets in the Silence of Murget, or Segret. Which is where? I see. That'll be fine. I'll take care of that here after I take care of the stuff here. It is very large. Urgent report, Lord Captain. The barges carrying the Tithe have been seized and are heading off in an unknown direction. Multiple sources are voxing the flagship at once. I detect the signatures of several noble houses and the Administratum who dared seethe the sacred tithe. We're getting reports of it being an order of the Adeptus Administratum. We have received several official forms to the effect that Dargonis' orbit is currently deemed unsafe for tithe storage due to an unspecified threat that has sprung up on the world in your absence. What do the noble houses want? The messages have no discernible structure or cause, professions of loyalty, audience requests, even pleas for leniency. One thing is clear, Lord Captain, something has agitated the upper echelons of the nobility. In other words, they are scared. What does the Administratum message say? You are requested to come to the Palace of Justice in person. The Prefect speaks of a terrible heresy that is threatening the Von Valencius Protectorate. While you were away, steps were taken to prevent the spread of the corruption. However, your presence is required to make the final decision. Prefect Vulture will meet you in person for a confidential conversation. What do you say, Solomorne? The Vox is silent for a while. It appears you have no choice if you want to help your subjects. Although I don't like what is going on, I would advise you to go to the palace, if nothing else, to find out what you can do to protect your people. You're right, Vigdis. Prepare a shuttle for me and my retinue. As you will, Lord Captain. Before I forget, we need to come over here and take all of this off. And put it back on Heinrichs. There we go. And I'm using the Star Mist Scarf, which is why he doesn't have any armor on at the moment. Oh, right. We also want this. There we go. Okay. We're sitting at 10 psi rating. To the Palace of Justice. Yeah. Rogue Trader Von Valencius, welcome back to the Palace of Justice. Early Act 2 and Early Act 4 are very front-loaded with messages that sound very urgent. Balkan. I love how every time you bring up Footfall, you use a different name for it. What is happening on Dargonis? What is the cause of the panic? And why this private conversation? That is why you are here, is it not? To learn why the world is distressed? Why the air is charged with Vox transmissions? Any administrator worth their station would be concerned. Disruptions to established processes always lead to, well, no matter. The prefect peers at your face. Her voice sounds strange, deeper, calmer, less cantankerous than usual. Have you ever pondered the nature of heresy, Von Valencius? Perhaps, to your mind, heresy is merely limited to Xenos, warp spawn, and insurgents. But there are other heresies whose existence is far more easily forgotten. Those of negligence, of avarice, of confusion and disorder. What are you getting at? Rogue Trader Zen von Valentius, in accordance with the amendment to Decree 6498 DF, issued by the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Orbites, you stand accused of countless heresies against the sacred tithe and the well-being of the Protectorate. All related statements have been formulated, and the evidence of your crimes registered. The proceedings will commence as soon as you and your accomplices present yourselves as the accused. Who in the void do you think you are? I am his servant and a votary of the Imperium's prosperity. I cannot stand idly by and watch you trample on the glorious legacy of your bloodline. This was all one carefully orchestrated spectacle, wasn't it? What? The prefect, who was about to turn away, stops and glances back at you with a fatigued look. You spied on me? You knew of every word I said? How does it feel to sneak glances at one whom you could never hope to become? Awareness test succeeded. Your taunt hits the mark. An angry grimace passes over the prefect's face. She immediately recomposes herself, but it's too late. You saw how much your words have offended her, and she knows that you caught her reaction. An unsubstantiated conjecture mixed with an inflated sense of self-importance. I am honored to do my duty wherever his will commands it to be. He twisted my report on Thesara to paint me as a heretic. All I did was provide a summary of the results of your expedition. A summary stripped of dubious attributes such as declarations of good intentions and de-emphasized consequences. Your only goal has been to get your hands on the tithe from Leethus. Not everyone is driven by greed and thrill-seeking, Rogue Trader. I see your position has clouded your mind. Regrettable, but unsurprising. Without due discipline and judgment and actions, it is only the most likely terminus. Just admit it, you set me up. The prefect sighs heavily. I shouldn't have even tried to hear you out, Rogue Trader. He gives a nod to the arbitrators, signaling them to escort you to the accused stands. I know this is the wrong option, but I want to do it. I'm going to attack the prefect. You manage to land a hit before one of the arbitrators knocks you off your feet with a stunning blow. You hear an elderly groan nearby. Despite your efforts, the prefect is still alive. She's sturdier than most enemies. In the name of the God Emperor, the Von Valentius dynasty stands accused of betraying the Imperium. Yep, pretty much. To the murmurs of all, the prefect picks up a scroll bearing Administratum seals. The trial is public, so that all may see the Rogue Trader's heresies and know that status and power are no shield against righteous punishment. Marshal Strax, you have the floor. State the list of crimes against the Lex Imperialis that will be examined here today. How's it going, son? Hope all is well. Strax stares at you coldly as he reads, resisting the justice of the Imperium, conspiring to steal the sacred tithe, undermining the legitimate authorities of an imperial world, involving sorcery and damage to that tithe, conceiving and executing plans to disrupt sector-wide tithe shipments, with the subsequent destruction of a strategically important planet. The prefect shifts awkwardly as Strax recites the seemingly endless list of transgressions. The aftermath of your attack seems to be preventing her from maintaining a suitably dispassionate appearance. Sounds like a fun time. Abelard, answer the charges. Barely containing his seething rage, Abelard thunders. Zen von Valencius, bearer of the sacred warrant, the God Emperor's anointed, and sovereign of this protectorate, denies these false accusations. The Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites will not get away with this flagrant attempt to sully the rogue trader's good name and plunder his dynasty's coffers. Make no mistake. Let the record show that the defendant disregarded the opportunity given to him to repent, which only adds to the gravity of his guilt. We will proceed to the examination of the individual Tithe heresies committed by the defendant. Conspiring with the captain of the Heartless to steal the sacred tithe, upon arriving in Reichid Minoris, rogue trader aided Captain Sargona in loading the tithe onto his ship under the cover of a planetary riot. Zen von Valencius later eliminated his accomplice using Adeptus Arbites forces led by Protector Anther. The Proctor attempted to appease the rogue trader's greed by offering the frigate known as the Heartless in exchange for the safety of the tithe. After realizing the utter incorruptibility of the Arbites, the rogue trader attempted to destroy the tithe ship. Only the timely intervention of the Proctor saved the sacred tribute. Then, the rogue trader boarded the ship in an attempt to seize the tithe. His actions led to the death of a squad of arbitrators. Proctor Anther alone survived the rogue trader's murderous ploy. Zen von Valencius personally eliminated his accomplice, Captain Sargona, in order to destroy the evidence of his schemes. The prefect looks up from a scroll and sweeps her indifferent gaze over you. Do you have anything to say in your defense? You're talking nonsense, with all due respect for Solomorne's capabilities. If I'd wanted to get rid of him and his arbitrators and steal the tithe, there's no way he could have stopped me. A furrow cuts across Strack's brow. Attempting to threaten a rogue trader on his own vessel would indeed have been an imprudent choice. Let a new charge be added to the record, attempting to manipulate an official. Marshal, I hope I do not need to remind you of your duty. Giving Strax a suspicious look, the prefect turns back to the documents. According to the calculation of the tithe transferred from the Heartless, the Administratum was short 3 units of volume. It is presumed that the rogue trader did not risk seizing more in the presence of the Proctor, but even 1 ounce unaccounted for makes the tithe incomplete. Let's move on to Thesara. This world underpaid the appropriate tithe amount, a crime that should have been remedied by the rogue trader escorting Proctor Anther to that backward world. Proctor, you are hereby called to testify. Describe what happened on the planet. When we arrived on Thesara, the rogue trader and I were drawn into the machinations of the planetary governor. He used sorcery on the Emperor's anointed, but the rogue trader managed to overcome the effects of the ritual and do battle with the heretic. The governor was executed, and a lie uttered in the Palace of Justice is a serious offense. Proctor, Galedo, retrieve the recording. Thesara, 84 Alpha. The prefect nods to the marshal, who removes a device from his belt. The press of a button, and Galedo responds with a sharp metallic clang. The Cybermastiff's paws carry him to Strax. The Cybermastiff's entire body begins to tremble, his feet clawing up tiny sparks. Then he projects a picked recording from his eyes on the floor. The footage depicts a scene from Galedo's viewpoint. The quality is terrible, but you can make out the hall where the sculptor is conducting the sinister ritual. You see Maeve interfere with the ritual, and the beam of warp energy connecting the two of you. You hear Solomorne's command. The scene changes, and you see Maeve, or rather yourself and Maeve's body, wander through the streets of Thesara. The next clip brings you back to the hall where Solomorne is firing on the altar. The events of the recording are echoed by a dragging pain in your muscles and a fog in your head. Pain flits across Solomorne's granite face as he looks at his dog. You've used us as a tool against the rogue trader from the very beginning. Such tricks and schemes are unworthy of the Arbites. As we can observe, Proctor Anther destroyed the heretical altar, and then a fight ensued in which the Psyker died. There is not a single shred of evidence that the rogue trader actually overcame the sorcery. It is more likely that the person standing before us is a heretic and a creature of corruption. I will coercion. Did you watch the entire recording? Is this, in your view, how a rogue trader conducts himself? Like some swooning maiden? Strax huffs out a laugh. You seem offended by the insinuation that you are prone to fainting spells. Well, I admit, there is a difference, and you have just made it plain for all to see. Marshal, the old woman, stares at the arbitrator without blinking, as if hypnotizing him. Finally, convinced the Marshal's conversation with you is over before it even began, she returns to her papers. Best job in the world? Yeah, I can imagine. Not sure what you're playing today, though? So many choices. The court also takes note of the pernicious effects of Rogue Trader's handling of the Emperor's servants, entrusted to his authority. Since arriving from Thessara, the Rogue Trader has done his duty by passing judgment on several subjects within the walls of this hallowed hall. Connivance at the doleful host's fanaticism and the loss of a valuable astropath resulted in the appointment of a new choirmaster. That same day, he lost several messages of utmost importance, thus sparking a war between two Cronus Expanse worlds. As of now, one of those worlds has been completely destroyed and the other deemed uninhabitable. The Rogue Trader exiled Cardinal Anvilus from Dargonis so that he would meet his death away from his parish and flock. The Ecclesiarchs of the capital world officially condemn this unfair decision, which they interpret as a heretical attempt to weaken Dargonis' faith through bereaving the planet of a holy preacher. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's a lot of board games you can get with that amount. Lord Molus, deemed to be alive, committed a transgression of soft-heartedness and running his family enterprise. He released all his convicted workers and terminated the contracts with his primary suppliers, citing their moral qualities. His actions resulted in 12 kilotons of under-delivered food rations across several recipients. First, the Administratum is unable to do its duty and asks for help, and now it has the audacity to criticize the verdicts of the Rogue Trader. To effect, your accusations do not merely cast aspersions on the competence of the Administratum, they challenge the sanctity of the decisions of the Emperor's Anointed. We've only spent half yet. Wow. These cases were under the jurisdiction of the Lex Dargonis. Responsibility for consequences lies with you. Your words are true. Crimes committed after a verdict are cause for new convictions, not. Marshal, enough. Not a single muscle twitches on the prefect's face, but her eyes blaze with barely suppressed annoyance. Moving on, the defendant was placed in an unprecedented position of trust by the Adeptus Arbites and the Administratum. He was entrusted with the coordinates of the world where the tithe of the entire Cronus Expanse was held. As agreed, the defendant was to transport the sacred tribute to Dargonis. But what did he do? The Marshal snaps his fingers over Galado's head. The Cybermastiff flinches as if from a bolter shot, but obediently plays another recording. You recognize Solomorne's voice? So Lady Theodora intended to steal the tithe from the start. She arranged the world's destruction to cover her tracks, installed a servant to keep an eye on things, and even made a contingency plan in case of her own death. All she needed was an opportune moment Like this one, with the Expanse being torn apart, the planet's death looks convincing. Tithe theft, orchestrated by Theodore von Valancius, committed by the defendant, witnessed by Proctor Anther. Solomorne, don't you have anything to say? The rogue trader should not be held responsible for the misdeeds of his predecessor. Murmuring breaks out, but Solomorne presses on, unperturbed. Or else, by that same logic, Incendia Chorda should have been tried long ago for what her predecessor, Aspis, did. As you can see, it isn't difficult to find inconsistencies in a case if you use your head a little. I refuse to be a mindless tool and follow absurd orders. I sent a portion of the tithe for the rebuilding of the Expanse. It will serve the people better than leaving it to rot in your coffers forever. Sacred Tithe is not intended to be used by anyone other than the Adeptus Administratum, the deliverers of his will. Strax does not turn to look at Inscribia, but you have no doubt about whom he is addressing. The Adeptus Administratum, like the Adeptus Arbites, only oversees the allocation of the tithe. I do not need to remind you of that, do I, Prefect? The old woman snatches up the next parchment. How good of you to speak up, Gregorus. As an addendum to the proceedings, we will be examining the heresies of Solomorne Anther, resulting from his moral failure to oppose the greed of heretic von Valancius. Something inside Galedo clicks, and Solomorne's voice begins to play. If anyone had told me before that I would be thinking about things like that, I probably would have caved their face in, but the truth is, I no longer see heresy in such thoughts. If the Marshal learns the whole truth, it will make things difficult. Solomorne is his own master. I do not choose for him. But if you think that an arbitrator's tenets can be so easily broken by any passing stranger, then you insult the very core of the Adeptus Arbites. The rogue trader's right. If the arbitrator has dared to stray from the Lex, then he never was an arbitrator. The fault lies with me for not seeing the weakness in his heart in time. Well, the proceedings are nearing their conclusion. The prefect looks around at the nobles of Dargonis gathered in the hall. The record of sins and heresies presented to the servants of the God Emperor has revealed the rogue trader's true essence, and the verdict is grim. For his thoughts and deeds were not bent toward the service of humanity, but to the indulgence of his own greed and petty ambition. Today, you are here to witness an act of righteous judgment and the downfall of the von Valancius dynasty. Houses of Dargonis, do you reject the authority of this heretic? Governor Urban Drivestem, if I might interrupt Mistress Vulture. Urban Drivestem, governor of Dargonis, visibly nervous at the sight of the armed arbitrators, nevertheless raises his head haughtily. We are much obliged to you for arranging this gathering. The emphasis on the last word leaves no doubt that the nobles present at the palace is involuntary. However, all that has now taken place here does not change the facts. House von Valancius holds the warrant of trade. House von Valancius is a rogue trader dynasty, and no amount of legal contortions will change that. House Drivestem is loyal to the rogue trader. Toriana Gaprak, no shadow shall fall upon the name von Valancius or eclipse the radiance of the beneficent rogue trader line. Whatever your mechanical dog may say, House Gaprak is loyal to the rogue trader. Clementia Worsarian looks straight at you as if the prefect does not even exist. She makes the sign of the Aquila and speaks in a low voice. House Worsarian is loyal to the rogue traitor. Dr. Adriana Yeager, allow me to address you, even though I am not of the first families of Dargonis. Dr. Yeager, Adeptus Arbites, Leethus Outpost, Zen von Valencius, made every effort to not only save the Tithe, but also the Arbites contingent stationed on Leethus. I propose that such an act would have been entirely nonsensical if the rogue trader was intent on simply stealing the Tithe. End of report. Prefect Vulture stiffens as though what she just heard has come as a very unpleasant surprise. Her slender fingers grip the armrests of her chair, her knuckles cracking. This world and its denizens are rotten to the core. The prefect straightens in her chair with such force that you hear the arduous grinding of her implants. Her voice is cold and slightly tremulous. Decree GC 781-89, Supplement 982, for tithe theft, participation in foul sorcery, and other crimes against the Imperium. Zen von Valencius is sentenced to death. The property of the dynasty is hereby confiscated and placed under the oversight of the Adeptus Administratum. Any last words, convict? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on that. Arbitrators, Vulture, and Strax believe that the Lex Imperialis is but a collection of letters and forms to be played with as they please. They believe that they must blindly follow their orders, but whom do you defend? Humanity? Or these prefects? I call upon you to stand with me in the name of humanity, not the soulless machine of the Administratum. Yeah, things are a bit different over here on this side of the pond, but you know. Granted, they're not like super common to be like this, but there's enough of them here. Yeah. A moment of silence. Suddenly, one by one, the arbitrators raise their weapons and point them at the marshal and the prefect. Anyone who dares to join the heretic is condemned to death. Marshal, carry out the sentence.
Take a knee and bow before me. Stand your ground.
Yeah. Chalk that up to the communities you interact with. It's relatively easy to find the other lot. You just happen to have good enough taste that you don't. Alright. Abelard. Heinrichs. And then Eogan. Jai. Solomorne. Yeah, exactly.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
I like how she has all of 32 HP. Enforcer of the law makes an accusation. If their accused person is proven guilty by the end of their turn, the weapon of justice proceeds with inevitable retribution. Alright. Let's buff.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. I can do that, with the right incentive.
I try to avoid them as much as possible.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
I used to use Twitter to announce when I was going live, but I do not care enough anymore.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
I would rather just not be on there.
Don't get too cocky.
High momentum. The machine spirits executing command. Astute observation.
Okay, if I use this, I'm gonna try something. Heinrichs.
It's an incontrovertible fact.
Go on, beast. I won't object.
The Exalted will protect us all.
But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory.
Yeah. If those can even really be considered social media. They're just more social platforms than... Because it's not really a media platform. Not really.
Naturally.
Foul witchcraft.
Let's see to it.
I mean, Twitch does on occasion if you go to certain channels, but...
I won't object to it.
The wolf is playing tricks on us.
For the throne.
Stay close, Glacier.
Okay, that'll be fine. Where are other enemies? Yeah, I can't reach those, so I will just use an empowered plasma blast.
I'm reliable.
Okay. And then I can give a turn to me.
I hold all the cards.
Endure.
Nothing
Reckless
I
Rush.
cannot do. Suits my
Galvanization. Okay, I can move here. Let us Reckless Strike. Why do these say Fiends of Viabos 6 sometimes, and then the name changes back? It's really weird.
Not a problem for me.
Race.
Nothing I can. You didn't stand a chance.
Lots of units.
Okay, then I can Sworn Enemy here.
Watch and learn. Value has been lost.
And why is my melee attack doing so little compared to, like, everything else? Whatever. I'm still doing plenty of damage. Ah, okay. That makes far more sense. All allies gain 10 coercion whenever an enemy enters a 5-cell radius zone around the rogue trader or their allies. Must pass willpower resistance tests, or become staggered for 1 turn. Okay. That's what's going on. Thank you for that. I was very confused. Why am I doing so little damage? What the heck? It's not like they have a lot of armor.
Suits my nowhere to hide. Nothing.
Whatever, I'll scale. Yeah, okay, I do plenty of damage on this one.
Already done.
Reload. Until they suffer damage from the designated target, the mercenary suffers minus 80%. Oh, okay, that's why.
Suits my purposes. Watch and learn. Another clean strike.
Yep, that would do it.
Nothing I can't. There's nowhere to hide. Watch and learn. There's nowhere to hide.
And then
Suits my purposes. Watch and learn.
Nothing of value has been lost.
alright. And now I can switch to this. Fire.
Nothing I can't do.
Swap back. Why do I not have my... Where's my bar?
I'll pass.
Where's my momentum bar? Why can't I use a heroic action? But I was using them earlier in the fight. It's just randomly gone now.
Not a problem. There's nowhere to hide.
I don't believe so. I don't... Oh! Opening the character sheet brought it back. Okay. How's it going, Johnny Velocity? Hope all is well.
My time is
There we go.
now.
Daring Breach. Yeah, good old Owlcat.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Suits my purposes.
Prefect Inscribia Voltur. Prefect Voltur kneels before you. Scores of fragile implants all over her body are twitching convulsively, giving her the appearance of a crushed insect. Marshal Strack's gaze is as firm as ever. Not one muscle quivers in his hard exterior. Even in cornered defeat, compared to the others, he appears as an indestructible pillar of rock. The prefect lets out a cough. Then an unnerving smile appears on her lips. I at least had to try. I served the Von Valencia's protectorate faithfully for over 100 years, painstakingly cultivating order where others had failed to do so, while you and your ancestors sowed anarchy and havoc with your ever-changing whims. I stood on as the linchpin that kept this domain from sinking into criminal disarray. It was because of me that this gargantuan system continued to function with barely a flaw. The only source of disruption was you, the rogue traders. Yes, I at least had to try. Try what? To take my protectorate for yourself? The protectorate isn't yours, and it never was. Have you not read your own warrant, even once? Every conquest, every planet claimed by a rogue trader belongs to the Imperium. You are supposed to act as its vassal, nothing more. But rogue traders are incapable of efficient rule. All that drives you is your craving for profit and reckless exploits. The limitless potential of the Protectorate is wasted in the hands of spoilt fools. And I am tired of watching you desecrate the very foundations of the Imperium. If it weren't for you, the Protectorate would be operating for the good of the throne as impeccably as a sacred machine of the Omnissiah. Alright. Ads are about to start playing. They last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone when I return. Nothing efficient about the Materium? Or the Imperium? Yeah. Also, how's it going, Darius? Hope all is well. I don't remember if I said that, or asked that. You're on YouTube, so you don't have the ads right now. Figured I'd, say hi and see how you're doing. Lost a daring run last night to Cinder. Cinder is like one of the 3 great gatekeepers in this game. I am sorry to hear that. May the next run have better luck. You had your toilet fixed today? Flushing mechanism broke the other day? Well, I'm glad you got it fixed. What kind of character were you running, Darius? Out of curiosity. You didn't have to pay a cent for it? Nice. Thankfully, I know enough repair stuff to get by on small things like that. If the flusher's not working, I can probably fix it for about $5 to $10 at the most. Knife Warrior Assassin. Didn't get a chance to shine. Yeah. Assassin comes on a bit later. Or it comes online a bit later. Not fixable? Needed a new mechanism? Gotcha. Alright. Yeah, it's finished. Let us continue. A fiery speech indeed in Scribia. Shall we expect amendments, additions, or perhaps excuses? Only the guilty try to defend themselves, whereas I acted in the interests of the Imperium. Such a shame that some things cannot be set right by bureaucratic means, and that the short-sightedness of certain people serving in adjacent divisions. He pauses meaningfully, watching the Marshal knit his brows. So often becomes an insurmountable obstacle. You could have negotiated with me, voiced your dissatisfaction, and we could have found a way. Instead, you chose to plot behind my back, Executor? Never. The counterparty always bends the terms to its advantage. As deserved. As the weapon roars and Scribia's vulture's body is reduced to dust. Without waiting for you to address him, Marshal Strax does not plead so much as give you an order. Judge me, Zen. Now that the dust has settled, I can see everything clearly. Vulture used me and the Adeptus Arbites in an attempt to seize total control over your protectorate. I thought my actions were in service to the Lex, but in truth, only one person has ever benefited from them. That mistake deserves no pardon. I have earned my punishment. Marshal Gregorus Strax, taking into account your record of past achievements, I hereby deny you your execution, and instead sentence you to punishment by toil. I appoint you High Overseer of the world Viabos 6. That is where you will remain for the rest of your life. I consider this measure unduly lenient, But I have no right to protest your decision, for your judgment is final. Strax sets his shield down, detaches his carapace, and places it over the shield. Now clad only in his undersuit uniform, he looks smaller without his armor, and very tired. I, Marshal Gregorus Strax, am stepping down from my post. I'm no longer fit to wear this armor. May its new wearer bring honor to the Lex. The rest of the room stands still, all eyes turned to you. The final verdict. What you say next will decide the fate of not just the Adeptus Arbites, but of justice and the Cronus Expanse as a whole. Alright, what do we get here? 1 deflection, 18% parry whenever the wielder successfully blocks an attack. They gain a number of, static shield stacks. When a wielder makes an attack with the shield, it deals damage based on the stacks and armor penetration. Okay. Marshal's armor of the Cronus Expanse. 3 deflection. Okay, that's kind of whatever. Also kind of whatever. The Cronus Expanse cannot be left without the Lex Imperialis and its keepers. The Adeptus Arbites will choose a new marshal, one who is more worthy of their station, and continue to guard the Imperium against lawlessness. Ooh. Dr. Solomorne Anther, as ruler of Dargonis and head of the Von Valencius dynasty, I name you the new marshal of the Adeptus Arbites in the Cronus Expanse. See to it that the Arbites once more become faithful servants of the Lex Imperialis under your leadership. Your decree carries great weight, but my assignment will not happen so quickly. There's no precedent for electing a new marshal in the Expanse. Not to mention that the Lord Marshal is unable to participate in the process. We will have to develop a new procedure. Otherwise, we arbitrators will not accept these changes. Until my official assignment, though, I will lead as acting head of the Adeptus Arbites. Justice is done, my judgment is made. Among the broken fragments of the great scales and the burning Arbites banners, the people kneel as one. The verdict has been announced. Whatever the future may hold, one thing is certain, the Cronus Expanse will not be the same. Solomorne.
It's about time. We need to investigate.
Drag the chest out. In the broken base of the scales is a chest adorned with patina-covered emblem of the Adeptus Arbites. The purity seals suggest it was consecrated before being immured. Maragon shield. Ooh, that is a nice shield. Okay, over here, Maragon Ring. When the wearer kills a target for the first time in a round, their next attack automatically hits. The wearer's arbitrator abilities used this round can be used again. While under the effect of ruthless suppression, the wearer is immune to immobilized, prone, and slowed. If I had a rogue trader who used a shield and was dogmatic, I'd be able to get a permanent 50% reduced damage from this. Am I seeing that correctly? With a 40% chance to block? What is with some of the items in this game? If the wearer is the arbitrator with the castigator specialization, their castigator abilities cost 0 AP. Yeah, I'll leave that on him, and then we can just throw this over here.
None shall stand in my way.
Mars pattern combat shotgun, power mauls, hot shot las gun, solid shields, merciless onslaught, 20 intelligence at the start of the overseer's turn. Allies in 4 cell radius have their burning K. That's whatever. And this is Cyber Eagle. I don't really care about any of these, but they are unique, whereas the rest is just kind of garbage.
A new challenge for me?
I'm going to take a walk around and make sure that there isn't loot to be found. Let's go talk with Solomorne, see if he has anything to say.
Rogue trader.
I have questions about what transpired at the Palace of Justice.
Understandable. That trial was unprecedented, as was its ending.
I know you had great respect for the Marshal. His crime must have come as a blow to you.
Gregorus Strux used to be an outstanding servant of the Lex Imperialis, and I still cannot understand why he failed to recognize Voltor as an enemy. I think that, in the end, Gregorus's actions were only human. Trapped in the Coronis Expanse, he was faced with the task of guarding the entirety of the sector's tithe. He needed the wisdom of someone who could lighten his load. I am thankful to you for sparing Gregorus's life. He would have preferred execution, like all arbitrators. He feels duty-bound to accept his punishment. I intend to visit my former commander on occasion. I don't want to leave him alone with his guilt.
What do you suppose awaits the Adeptus Arbites in the Coronis Expanse?
The Marshal's removal is sure to become a test of the Arbite spirit, but I believe in the Arbitrator's perseverance. We were taught to do our duty no matter the circumstances, and even while we are leaderless, the Lex Imperialis will guide us through.
What are your plans as the future Marshal?
The Adeptus Arbates in the Coronis Expanse are in need of reorganization. Recent events have shown that we cannot continue to serve the Lex Imperialis the way we did before. I will use the experience I have gained while traveling with you to ensure that less blood is spilled, both that of the judges and of the convicted. Quite the task, considering the arbitrators do not know the meaning of redemption or mercy.
How's Kaledo? Have you already had the recording device extracted?
I've decided not to subject him to yet another procedure. The protocol that was making him conduct surveillance has been stopped after all. We might have need of this function someday, but for now, it has been disabled. Into the void with it.
I believe we've discussed everything.
So do I. Do you wish to talk about something else? You know where...
Did that change his conviction at all? Nope. Sometimes their convictions change slightly as time goes on, or as their quest progresses, whatnot. I think, at least. Alright, what am I doing? Let's come back here and ensure that our party is properly organized. And of course, Sector Bionica doesn't let me choose my party. Go figure. Even though they all come with me, it's for some reason not letting me choose. Fine. I will head to the Astropathic Chapel.
Follow my lead.
And then we want... like so. Cool. The Void Ship Bridge. Where to next? I do believe there was Silence of Sir Mergit, where there was a ship I wanted to take out. Yes. End of the Elusive Legend. Yavagama has a colony event that requires my attention. Okay. I can take care of that momentarily. First things first, pirates. The Elusive Contempt's captain contacts you. You can hear notes of disdain and mockery in his voice. Playtime is over, and he's sure he's going to come out on top. After the rogue trader's death, the Von Valencia's protectorate will become his playground, where he'll claim plenty of booty before someone dares hunt him again. The bridge officers report. The Elusive Contempt is preparing for battle. Time for the Elusive Contempt to pay for its insolence, to battle.
Machine God, I beseech you to watch over these decks.
Alright.
Annihilate them! Lay in the course.
Okay, I know this is risky. I don't care, though.
Set the course.
I will throw these here. I will then warp down.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
And then I will... That is my left side. I will boost my left side. This gives me another turn.
Macro cannon, volley! Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
Okay, and then I can come down here.
Onward.
My back and side that are facing them are protected. I think I did decently for a turn 1 there. Yeah, I can't get close enough, unfortunately. Okay. Am I able to warp wave this? Yes.
I weep for the loss of such machinery.
So now all we have is Claymore class Corvette, which I am perfectly fine with leaving to my 2 escort ships. My 1 escort ship. Or to my torpedoes. You know, that too.
Lay in the course. The time has come.
And that should be everything. GG's. Let us upgrade. I'll take Rugged Repair, I guess. And then take it all. I don't use RAM, like, ever, so... Over here, we collect. What is going on up here? Okay, Kiavagama requires attention. I will head back up here. And then we head over to Kiavagama. Ooh, a warp combat. I haven't had one of those in a while. I don't think I've had one of these since Act 2. I wonder how it scales in Act 4. Or if it does. It's the narrow hallway fight, too. Oh no, this didn't scale at all. Okay. Well, this is gonna be hilarious then.
Victory away! I'll see you destroyed!
Alright, let's see here.
Your turn. I won't object to it.
This defies reason!
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Absurd. I won't object.
Beware foul sorcery!
Okay, that's all good.
Go on, beast. Stand back.
Jai.
I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done.
Buff Aogen.
I can do that with the right incentive.
This is 100% not needed, what I'm doing. I just kind of want to.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
The machine spirits approved. A valid argument. Executing command. Assess and act, tech assistant.
Okay, then we give me a turn.
I am a conduit of the machine god's will.
I endure.
Already done.
Reckless Rush. Come up here.
Too easy. Another clean strike. Nothing I can. You don't stand a chance.
Weapon Optimizer.
Not a problem. There's nowhere to hide. Not my specialty. Absolutely not. Nothing on.
Okay, then I can come over here.
I shall not fear.
Charge in. After I reload.
Nothing I come opposing me was your biggest mistake. I tire of violence.
Well, that was fun. Alright, Kievagama, what do you have for me? Sell the fuel to him. Xenotech. Xenotech. I will sell the fuel to him, because I have an item that scales off of profit factor now. So if I can acquire more profit factor through these, I will. And 2 Promethium is not much out of 64. Let's get our random replenishables. And since I'm in this area, I may as well... Ball of Santiel's Pride. Check out this rumor. Warp jump went smoothly enough, although many crew members reported strange... okay, it's just one of those. Lord Captain, the ne'er-do-wells from the Augur crew are reporting we've reached the Nola Septum system, where a Promethium refining hive, Santiel's Pride, is located. Bend my mother over the golden throne. His transmission ends abruptly and resumes with a loud click several moments later. Emperor preserve us, Lord Captain. The entire system is darker than the inside of a Grox's arse. The local star, it's not there. Stars do not vanish from the sky without a reason. The same villains may be at work here as in the Rykad system. Lord Captain, Santiel's Pride is an object of strategic importance to the Chorta dynasty. It alone covers the Promethium needs of their entire protectorate. It is not difficult to figure out what happened. The damned Xenos had their work cut out for them, but by the throne they succeeded. This does not mean we can leave the important strategic assets for them to plunder. I suggest we do House Chorta a favor and salvage the remains of their Promethium. Another system is missing its star. You hear a quiver of outrage in Heinrich's voice, followed by a deep exhale. We need to see if there are Xenos on that frozen world, and should our suspicions be confirmed, exterminate them. If you disagree, let me remind you that the protectorate of one of the rogue traders of Cronus Expanse has lost several billions of its subjects. Can you be certain that the same won't happen to Dargonis, or to another of your worlds? Forgive me, Shireen, but I refuse to believe that among the billions of Chorta's subjects, there wasn't at least a handful of desperate souls still trusting in the Exalted One's providence, clinging to life, who will become their salvation if not you. Thank you for your comprehensive report, Raver. Vigdis takes over the channel, her vexation showing only in the force with which she clicks her vox. Apologies, Lord Captain. As the esteemed Master Helmsman was just stated, the Augur crew is troubled by the anomalous absence of a star at the heart of the system. As for the Hive world, I'm afraid it is forever lost to the Imperium, as are the lives of billions of its children. I will snag that while I'm here, because why not? Let's take out the filthy Drukhari scum.
Annihilate them!
And then I will do this. Then I will come over here.
Set the course. The time has come.
Okay, that one's done.
Unleash!
And then I shall shallow jump. And I will protect my ass. And apparently my front as well. I will turn that one and do some damage. And then I shall further run away, like the coward I am.
Power of our blessed arsenal.
And then I can just blow up.
I'll mention this triumph in my
Easy
memoir.
fight. New information has arrived, Lord Captain. We managed to detect a residual heat signature on one of the continents of Santiel's Pride, but there's no clear indication of its origin. The crew is waiting for further instructions and praying for the souls of the deceased with extraordinary zeal. Dispatch rescue teams to the world. They better not return without survivors. The order is clear. The rescue shuttles have been dispatched to the suggested evacuation points and the likely locations of hidden bunkers. Is there anything else you desire? Start promethium extraction immediately. We must exploit the world's remaining potential while it is still maintaining orbit. I will order the Colonial Expedition Chamber to start deploying the Extractium. Will the Lord Captain give further instructions? Tell the crew of the shuttle ready? Or tell the shrew... The shrew? Tell the crew to get the shuttle ready. Let us not delay and begin exploration of the dead world. The helmsman's sour voice fills the channel again. If you're so eager to freeze your esteemed arse off, Lord Captain, who are we to object? And we're gonna have audio issues here, because the game's just glitchy, this patch, with ship audio. Alright, there we are. Thank God it didn't last long. Oh god, nope. Nope, nope. Can't look at that. That'll just make the ship go really loud. Tower's foundation goes down for tens of meters, and the spires are obscured by the superstructures on the upper levels.
It's about time. I rise to the occasion.
Thousands of bodies have merged into frozen snowdrifts, covering streets as far as the eye can see. It is unclear whether the formations occurred naturally, or if somebody purposely piled up the corpses up.
I did fine.
A delicate young woman lies curled up in a snowbank like a living statue. Her thin hands are clutching silken blanket. Writ of passage. And 2 engraved pendants. Alright.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Begone nightmares, burn in his punishing flame. If that a god will not help you, monkey? The world turned out to be completely different from what I'd imagined. My distant home of Alviar Tani, though swathed in black sands, is nowhere near as hot as this stone cocoon. Not even the force field can shield us from the embrace of the local star. In daylight hours, staying close to the outer walls would be insane. A person would either suffer heat stroke or simply be boiled alive. The surface does not have the time to cool after darkness comes, so living here is like being encased in a steam barrel at all times. Throne be praised, the upper city is cooling zones that provide welcome relief. Despite the predatory prices and absolute disdain the locals have shown toward my quickly lightening purse, the glacial gardens remain my favorite place to relax. Despite all its austerity and piousness, the hive is crawling with lawbreakers. I've been robbed thrice and almost killed twice. This cycle alone makes procuring Obscura ridiculously simple. Not that I've tried it, of course, but the crooks on every corner literally shove it into my face. Another thing that surprised me is the city's incredible work shifts. The planet turns on its axis once every 38 hours, and 25 of those are usually spent on in the manufactorums. Another 5 to 7 hours are dedicated to the mandatory public service, like cleaning streets, attending sermons, and patrolling floors, so only 6 remain for rest and domestic chores. I must have been blessed by the Emperor when Justice Greybergen invited me to stay at her truly magnificent estate. The view from the top of the Spire of Glory is fantastically beautiful. Up here, one cannot hear the din of the overflowing streets or the smell of stench of refuse, and yet the taller the spire, the crueler the stars' scalding kisses become. Just as Greybergen calls it a divine blessing, I am not going to argue, and will just quietly take my leave.
A new challenge for me? Smite the Xenos! Are you challenging me, Elm?
Okay. Alright, we start the battle. Why did Heinrich start first last time, and now Jai starts first this time? Nothing has changed in my order up here or their items.
Tell me, and it is done.
It matters not.
I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Okay, let's give Eogen a
Tell
turn.
me, and it is done.
We buff everyone.
Astute observation. Executing command. Curious. Focus system engage.
We throw up this wall because walking through it gives extra movement. And then we give Heinrichs an extra turn.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. Let's see to it. I won't object.
Is playing tricks on us.
Okay, that'll be fine. Eogun, you can fire here. Alright, and then it goes back to Jai, who gives me a
Wanna
turn.
see a trick?
Not a problem for me.
Endure, Reckless Rush. And then I can come here.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Oh hey, more of them showing up. Neat. I will
Nothing I can't
galvanize. Come down here. Brace for impact.
Suits my... Not a problem for me.
Why does my camera feel like it has ice physics here?
Nothing I... Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Suits my purpose. You don't stand a chance. All too easy.
Reload. Then I can come here.
Nothing I can't do. Never wavered in the face of adversity. Already done.
Charge.
Serve the great enemy.
Not a problem. Nothing of value has been lost. Suits my purpose. You didn't stand a chance. We must act.
Easy fight. And we actually have a level up. This is level 51. What do I have planned for this level? Level 51, Broad Expertise and Medicae. Oh, this was changed in the recent patch. It no longer double scales with ballistic skill. I kind of figured it was a bug that was happening, but you know. Let me double check, make sure I have the augment on. Yeah.
I'm always ready.
I'm guessing the issue was if you got it high enough, it could cause an infinite loop of scaling ever higher. That is my guess as to why that didn't happen. Eight ballistic skill isn't really going to do anything for me here. 20 weapon skill is going to do literally nothing for me here. So let's take a look at some other stuff. Yeah. That sounds accurate. It is what we should all strive for. Accuracy. You know what? I'll go accustomed to glory. Whenever the Arch-Militant or their ally uses a heroic act or desperate measure, the Arch-Militant gains +1 flat and 10% damage on all attacks until the end of combat. Just more scaling. And I will update that. And then I go Medicae. Abelard. What am I doing for you here? Defensive Comrade, Medicae. Heinrichs. You are Sanctified Slayer and Coercion. Eogan. I've really kind of run out of good things for Eogan to take. I'll give excess energy in case things last more than a turn. I guess. And then Lorzinos here. Jai. Adjusting front line. And Lore Xenos. And then... gruesome kill. And Medicae. There we go. Modified splinter rifle, don't need those.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The quivering figure, wrapped in several layers of tattered clothes, is pointing an old las gun at you. Who are you? In the name of the God Emperor, keep away from me. Where's my Abelard option here? Zen von Valencius, rogue traitor. Who? You are one of the Star Children, right? I knew the Emperor could not have abandoned us. You have come to save us, have you not? May the throne bless your radiant souls. I am Vir, one of the few survivors on this dispossessed world. The elders have been waiting for a sign from the heavens for so long. Too much time has passed, so they died. But may he smite me if you are not the one. You will help the ones in need of salvation, won't you? Vir freezes for a second, looking at you reverently and awkwardly shuffling his feet. You have saved my skin, holiest one, but my brothers in faith and misery were not as lucky. The living nightmares grabbed us the moment we stuck our noses out to the surface, trying to survive. I managed to break free and escaped, leaving my friends behind. Woe is me. I'm beside myself with shame. I'm begging you, child of the stars, please save my comrades. Save Albris. I will take you there, even if it costs me my life. I have more questions. Yes, of course. But please be quick. The shaking man keeps glancing around nervously. Alright. It is time for ads once again. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Alright. The ad's finished. Let us continue. Why did House Chorta fail to dispatch a fleet to assist you? The poor man's eyes grow round and wide with terror. Had the mistress of this world learned we lost Santiel's pride, the punishment would be more dire than any nightmare can inflict. Not that she's alive anymore, anyway. What happened to your star? If only someone knew. I've spent my entire life in the Underhive. I only ever saw daylight once, so I'm not missing it much now, but the cold... It's the cold that was our undoing. The heat still lingers in the depths of the hive. That's where we were sheltering. Well, we were until recently, until all the heat escaped the central pillar. When it did, myself and the others came up to get help and bring back supplies, and I found you. Did anyone else manage to survive aside from you, deep in the bunkers, perhaps? The bunkers were the first to fall, my savior? Starvation finished what the nightmares started. It was easier to survive in small groups, but they too perished one after another. The three of us have not seen anyone else alive for a while now. Only the corpses and his scourges. You abandoned your friends and fled like a coward. I've learned everything I wanted to know. Mark the place where your companions are being held on the map. I shall find the way there on my own. Gilly, if you say so, be careful. The nightmares will be lying in wait up ahead, and I will be waiting for you nearby, in case you need any help. But I beg you, please hurry, Heavenly Envoy. They could be killing Albris as we speak.
Victory awaits!
A job for me.
The snow clearly shows the trail of a body being dragged and reveals several pairs of footprints, judging by their shape. None of them belong to a human.
Time to die, monkey.
I see.
Die, inhuman scum!
No, don't dare to disappoint me.
Throne take you.
Why did Heinrichs take damage? Ah, the Blood Drinker staff. Right.
Your turn.
Stabilize.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Warp is playing tricks on us.
Naturally.
An affront to the Omnis, sire.
For the throne's glory.
Beware foul sorcery.
Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Okay, am I able to get anybody with this? Yup.
I'm done with this one.
There we go.
I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
I'm not going to use this yet, I don't think. Well, it does give armor and
Tell me,
deflection.
and it
Why
is
not?
done. Am I getting paid for this?
Then we give Aogen a turn.
I can do that with the right incentive.
A valid argument. Astute observation. A valid argument. The machine's living. Assess and act tech assistant. Lucius, I'm relying on you.
Okay, and then I can fire upon this one.
Astute observation was statistical error.
And I will give myself a turn.
The conduit of the machine god's will.
Endure. Reckless Rush.
All too
Brace for
easy.
impact. Just 41 deflection with 265% armor. You know, casual numbers. 168% dodge.
I'll pass. Already done. Then your value has been
In my
lost.
exile!
Okay, then I can switch back over to this. And come over here.
Suits my purposes. You don't stand a chance. I shall not fear. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Your eyes.
It decided to attack me and died from retaliation damage. Amusing. Oh, there's a Blade Master over there still. Okay.
Nothing I can't
They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by
Nice,
wholeheartedly
easy fights.
humiliating them at every step.
We have goods here. Plasma pistol with cryo module. Reloading this weapon removes all stacks of plasma cell overheating from the wielder. Ooh, that's kind of spicy. Sharpened Venom Blade. And then what do we have here?
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess
25 weapon skill and strength. Maximum wounds are increased by 75. 300% more damage. How's it going, Juice Oosterman? Hope all is well. Things are going well over here. If a little dull in combat. But you know, that's just how Act 4 be.
follow my lead.
Something of interest.
Act 5 is just as dull? Well, considering, to my knowledge, it's like 3 fights and, you know, combat is not the strong suit of this game in the late game. Story's really good, though. It makes sense that Act 5 is about that dull. Gold frame data slate. Jervis, may the immortal emperor guard you with his grace. I've done everything I possibly could. Grab Anjit and Jolanta and flee this cursed world as soon as possible. I left the writ of passage and some savings in our secret cache at the Spire of Pride under one of the wanted posters. May the Master of Mankind bless Acticus and for his assistance. I still have unfinished business at the department, so we will reunite on footfall. Yeah, the story is really good.
Excellence matters.
Okay, that just goes into the spire. I don't want to do that yet. I want to be exploring everywhere. My most precious Victa, Sister Brigenda from the Orders Famulus, whom you introduced to us, is a real sweetheart. You must have noticed how many new guests started showing up at our soirees after that darling stayed at our estate. Jeff Roy is extremely fond of Brigenda, too. Our heir has finally started showing interest in something other than the exact sciences and has taken a liking to theology. May the Emperor bless your insightful wisdom. Yes, come visit us today after the 8th Klaxon. My husband will be at the club with his friends. Forever yours, I.L. Interesting.
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
Stardust, you went too far. The monkey will be off to his ancestors now. I granted him 24 non-lethal wounds, so you will have time to enjoy his suffering. No, no, kill me already. Just end it. I beg you.
None shall stand in my way.
Wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
Crush him!
Okay. I go here. Irliot goes here. Heinrichs goes here. Abelard, you go there. Eogun.
I won't object to it.
Beware foul sorcery.
Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. Naturally. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Your specs readings are for the throne's glory. I won't object to it. Naturally.
Didn't even get the kill. Fine, I'll do it this way.
Go on, beast.
Alright.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem? I've got a price. Tell me, and it is done.
Executing command.
Just buffs for days, and then I clean up.
A valid argument. Useless and the like.
So, Juice Oosterman, How much deflection is too much deflection?
The machine spirits approve.
Morning, Nix. How's it going? Hope all's well. Never too much deflect? Jai asking if she's getting paid while emptying my treasuries? Yeah. Because the reason I ask how much deflect is too much deflect is because we will see very shortly.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Too much deflection is one-shotting last boss.
All too easy. Suits my purposes.
Sitting at 40 deflection.
Not a problem for me.
Okay.
Already done. Halt. I noticed something.
He's here.
My tactics are flawless.
Yeah, 40 deflection and 218% armor. If I'm standing in this, it's like 240% or something.
I rise to the occasion. Suits my purpose. Nothing of value has been lost.
Oh yeah, I should galvanize as well. Like it really matters.
Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance. Another clean strike. Forge ahead. All too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
This can't be over.
Suits my purposes.
Charge in.
Value has been lost.
Oh wow, I'm actually out of action points. Not that it matters.
Chance.
Veer, is that you? God Emperor have mercy. They put that thing on his head. Yeah, I would have to try to lose. Though, I've heard Trazen could potentially get me. That's not true. Early Act 3 that is not the
I
case.
tire of idleness. Let's move.
Elite Blast Pistol, sure.
A new challenge for me.
Gift of the Grave Lotus. Huh. Interesting.
Victory awaits.
Eldari, your life among members of another species is a phenomenon that demands study. I wish to perform a cursory scan of your body to see how the effects of warp translation are affecting your flesh.
Your mind thirsts for knowledge, and your words lack the hatred inherent in your fellows. It is unusual. Your lack of detachment will one day turn into a fire that will burn you to the ground, Iron Sage.
Follow my lead!
Okay. Lost data slate. Rejoice, for in 10 turns the Immortal Emperor will bestow his grace upon us and embrace our brothers and sisters so they can serve him on Holy Terra. The celestial burial ceremony will commence at dawn in full accordance with tradition. Remember to pay the fee so your loved ones do not have to wait for the next cycle before they can join the Emperor. Additionally, on this holy day, the number of work hours will be reduced by 1, so the blessed denizens may take part in the solemn march from the Emperor's Spire to the Spire of Stillness.
Keep a
I
sharp
won't
eye.
tolerate weakness. What is that?
One and it's done.
Smite the Xenos!
Time for another limp combat.
Focus, Bancalox. Focus. Do my bidding. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Avert your eyes!
Okay.
Naturally.
The veil thins.
7 years of buffing, 20 seconds of attacking. Yep.
I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? Me? Never in 1,000 sectors. I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem. I've got a price. Tell me, and it is done.
Okay. Then we give Eogen a turn. And he buffs everyone.
Executing command. A valid argument. Astute observation. The machine's
And then we give me a turn.
Conduit of the machine god's will! I can't do. Suits my purposes.
Endure, Reckless Rush. Move up here. Galvanize. Hey now, you leave my lich out of this.
All too easy.
I can't help it that I have a tendency to break games.
Not a problem. Let's see how they respond to this.
need to investigate.
Come up here. Laura Xenos.
I did fine. Suits my purposes. Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. What a pleasure.
Oh, they're both down there. How do I get down there?
All too easy. Suits my purposes.
Okay, and then I will Daring Breach.
I am fear incarnate.
And come down here.
Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance.
Touch of Glory. Is that a domain ability in Wrath of the Righteous? I don't even remember. It's not something I tend to use just because it's not needed.
Nothing of value has been lost. We shall prevail. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Is this not a chest with awareness? No? Okay. So be it then. 10 extra charisma for 1 hour or 1 check. Ah, yeah. Nah, it just wasn't even needed. Just strip all buffs off of the enemy and then throw a weird.
It's about time.
Alright. Nothing of interest here. I guess we go into the Spire now. Unless, is there something down here that maybe I missed? Yeah. Well, see, I have to dispel because a lot of enemies have greater heroism. And, that makes them immune to weird, since it's a fear effect. So I have to use the dispel.
For me?
At least on anything with, greater heroism. Or Mind Blank. Yeah, there's a lot of enemies with things that make them immune to fear. This place doesn't look ominous at all. Chosen Servitors?
Victory awaits!
Say less.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
vengeance will be swift. For the throne's glory, your turn. Let's see to it. But of course, naturally. I won't object to
By the light of holy terror!
Used enchantment or necromancy plus, yeah.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
I've seen this before. In my exile.
Do my bidding.
Oh, is that my blood? Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive.
We're just throwing down our buffs.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done.
Executing command. Lucius and you. Astute observation. Curious. Tech assistant. Engage. Executing command.
And then...
The machine's worth salvaging.
we give me a turn.
Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Endure. Reckless Rush.
Nothing I can't do. Already
Galvanize. We come up here.
suits my purpose. You didn't stand a chance.
Come over here. Reckless Strike.
Nothing I watch and learn.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Not a problem for nothing of value has been lost. We must act. None shall stand in my way.
Okay.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
Where are these boots? Gains 9% parry while wearing light armor. Alright. Cyber Eagle things. Sure. Yeah. Also, if you're not using, you know, things like weird, the combat is at least a little more interesting than, combat in
I
this.
won't tolerate weakness.
Playing the recording procedures, quiet whispering, rustling of clothes, noise from the footsteps of dozens of feet, and someone's deep measured breathing. When the silence settles, a sonorous male voice delivers the opening sermon of the liturgy. Glory to the divine creator that sits on the golden throne of holy Terra, whose will created sky and earth, light and darkness, stars and galaxies. Glory to the guardian of humanity, who shields us from the terrors of the void, the madness of heretics, and the malice of the enemies of the Imperium. For we are created in the God Emperor's image to carry his light and his will and his word into the galaxy, both in life and after our passing. Glory to the Lord of humanity, whose envoys, women and men of courage and virtue, guide our sons and daughters to the only path that is righteous. Glory Yeah, the Persuasion Trickster's really, really amusing. For like 4 combats, and then it's just very boring. May your souls weep and lament your ignorance of how to love our God Emperor, the Warden of Light, more than he loves each and every one of us. Cry, pray, repent, and beg for forgiveness, for your love is no love at all. Your great love is infinitely small, and even the most profound love of his most loyal servants is infinitesimally less than the love of the Master of Mankind, or that the Master of Mankind gives us in return. Glory to the Immortal One. Now let us talk about how we can love the Emperor's flesh and spirit even more, and how to come closer to his divine immortality in life and after we die. Yeah, I mean... Yeah.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Follow my lead.
Something's blocking it from the other side. That's fine.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
An expected result.
Oh, that sounds like a fun idea. That sounds like such a fun idea. Oh. My mind is turning with ideas for playthroughs of this and Wrath of the Righteous in the future.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Sorry, I had to save that comment for later usage.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Alright, what do I have left to do? I feel like I have more stuff to do here, but like... I wouldn't be doing like fully randomized builds. What I would do is probably a roll for like 1 to 3 classes, and then I would roll the primary class completely random, and then I would roll, if, you know, I had more classes left after the initial 1 to 3 classes for Wrath of the Righteous, I would roll a second class from a smaller subsect of viable second classes, because I'd still be playing on, like, hard, Last Islanti. And then, for the third class, I would do similar if, you know, there is a third class to be had. And then I would, Yeah, yeah. For this game, however, I could 100% just, like, full rando the archetypes. Because it already has subsects of archetypes that you can do and can't do. So I would just rando my initial archetype, my home world, and my origin, and then rando the second one, and then rando the... I guess you don't rando the third, it's always exemplar. And then I would just try and make a build work with that. Tried a fully randomized thing in Wrath of the Righteous with 26 classes on a die. Was definitely fun. Nice. Warrior Skill Monkey, Operative Thunderhammer, Melee Bounty Hunter. Huh, that sounds interesting. I could see like an operative melee assassin, especially with the augment that I'm using right now. Or one of the other augments that are similar, but yeah, no, that sounds interesting. Tithe Blade Dancer would be amusing. That's a word for it. I'm sure I could make it work.
None are better at searching.
None shall stand in my way.
A job for me.
Something of interest.
Alright, can anybody tell me if I'm missing anything on this world of importance? Because I feel like there should be more to do here, but I'm just not... finding it. I don't want to wander around here forever if there's nothing left to do, but... on the other hand, I don't want to leave if there is something to do. Okay, how do I get to there? Okay, this just takes me down here.
Halt.
I'm unable to
I
go down
noticed
this way. Oh, wait, I found a goods. I found sturdy cable. Does this open up anything for me?
I won't tolerate weakness.
What am I supposed to do with this sturdy cable? It wouldn't just give me a quest-oriented sturdy cable for no reason. Alright. I guess I start looking around for areas I can use this sturdy cable.
Follow my lead.
Can I use it here?
Victory awaits!
Sometimes you just need to have some sturdy cable. Fasten the cable. Oh, but this just leads down to somewhere I'd already been.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer. Experience. Nothing matters more.
What am I missing?
A new challenge for me?
Alright, fine. Alright. Where to next? We can go here. There's a rumor here. Nope. Foulstone requires our intervention. Zarkov requires our intervention. Ah. Pain and suffering and... Foulstone, come here. Okay, complacency and minus efficiency. I lose a bunch no matter what I do here. Joy. Let's go complacency here. Also never complains to you. They learned the hard way. Yeah. There is stuff happening over Zarkov. Lord Captain, the cage is under attack. We are detecting active Vox communications on the 32nd Regiment's frequencies. I've already given word of our arrival. The troops stand ready for your deployment. I will oversee the liberation of the minor settlements. You, your lordship, should head for the cage. The governor must have the complete tactical intelligence. We have an incoming Vox signal, but I cannot identify the source. Wrath of Cain. For a moment, You hear nothing but static from the Vox. Then the sound suddenly becomes clear. The voice that emerges is not human. It's a Xenos speaking, an Eldari. Monkey, this is our first and final warning. Leave the orbit of the doomed world and be gone. Here we shall exact our revenge against the ancient enemy. This world shall bear no survivors. You recognize the voice of the Eldari, whose vessel you once engaged in a neighboring system. The auger vid screens highlight unpatched hull breaches, a testament to your victory. This world is my domain. We could join forces? No. We are driven by the wrath of Kayla Mensch Kane. This world must fall. This world is my domain. Leave and I will spare your lives. No, monkey. This world belongs to the enemy. Bigdis set a course for the planet. It will be done. They're closing in. The Xenos vessels are closing in. Yeah, I saw that coming.
The hallowed calculations are complete. The void ship is ready.
Torpedoes locked! Lay in the course. Macro cannon, volley!
Nice, I missed all of them. Okay. What do I want to do here? Oh, I have turrets here? Oh, there's a lot of them down there too. Okay. I will come back up this way. And then I will shallow jump to get further away. And then I will protect my ass. There will be ads in the middle of this, unfortunately. But I wasn't about to play ads like 6 minutes early or whatever. That's a bit much even for me.
No boarding actions. What a shame.
Okay, then I will protect my front. And I will... use Premonition? No. What is it? Is it this one? Maximum Overdrive?
Set course.
Just give myself a little extra movement. All right. I will move up here.
Lay in the course.
Fire upon mine enemy.
Torpedoes locked.
Move it up here and blow it up.
The target was well struck, Shireen.
Onward.
Nope, not at all.
Unleash.
Okay, and then I can guard my right side. And you are damaged. I can just turn you to the side.
Omnissiah, I weep for the loss of such machinery.
Alright. Unfortunately, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. Alright. The ads are over. Let us continue this fight. Ah, yes, the invisible Wrath of Cain. I forgot that it could do that. I will come down here. I will increase my range. And it wasn't enough, so I will shallow jump.
Fire right now!
And I guess that's all I can do for this turn.
Annihilation confirmed. My prediction, no survivors.
This is fine. I will use the Arc Augury so that I can fire on it with this. And then I shall come over here.
The time has come.
Blessed be the righteous fury of the Exalted One.
Wrath of Cain being a massive pain in the ass. Let's see. What does this require? Drusian's favor? Sure. You know what? Let's give this a start. Why not? God, I hate that bug. Your Lordship, you're here? I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Those iron creatures have been attacking us all over the planet. No one knows where they came from. We haven't been able to find out in all the confusion anyway. I left my post down in the roots to clear the landing pad. It's good that you're here. Now the creatures are as good as dead. Sergeant Batashki, God Emperor protects you. For the Von Valencius dynasty, your lordship. What do you know about, or what do we know about our enemy? These iron creatures came out of thin air. They attacked in waves, giving us hardly any break. It's a good thing we managed to get a message out in time. These things are not made of flesh and know no fear. And they're closing in on all fronts. So your arrival is a blessing from the God Emperor himself. Report the situation. Colonel Governor Kurovic. along with a detachment of soldiers, has secured the eastern main gates and is holding the line. He was right in the middle of receiving a supply drop when it all started. Luca, our Chirurgeon, is northwest of here, along the road to the ruins. That's where the first wounded came, with the creatures hot on their trail. So he started administering first aid right on the spot, and Drill Sergeant Javaka has advanced to protect the red robes in the northeast. Janner presses a portable vox to his mangled ear, his expression darkening. Damn it, they've launched a fresh attack on all fronts. I have to get back to the other level of the roots. I'll hold back as many as I can. Soldiers, I'm powering up powering up the tower. Casualties, do we have casualties? Arsenal's open, gear up and engage. Just as I taught you. One shot, one hit.
You from the face of the galaxy.
Flayed ones. Immunity to Deathless. Or immunity of Deathless. Living Metal. Flesh Hunger. Blood-Fueled Cruelty. Insanity's Ire. Ancient Construct. Lots of armor. God, trying to click on things is difficult. Alright, I think that is the setup here.
Let's see to it. Go on, beast. I won't object to it.
Avert your eyes. Foul witchcraft.
Okay.
More trouble than it's worth.
No line of sight. Yeah, that's fine. Endure. That'll be fine.
Stop hitting me, Ashmak. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too cocky.
We just throw down
got a
all
problem.
of the buffs.
I've got a price. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive.
Okay, and then I give
Tell
Aogen a
me,
turn.
and it is done.
Executing command. Astute observation. Lucius, I'm relying on you. The machine spirits approve. A valid argument.
Okay, and then we can just fire.
Executing. Lucius is skeptical about this.
Do not leave me now.
Okay. give me a free turn.
Conduit of the machine god's will.
Suits my purposes.
Endure.
Already
Reckless
done.
Rush.
Suits my
Galvanize. Where are all of the enemies? Doesn't appear there are very many of them. Ancient Flayed One. Flayed One. Flayed One. Flayed One. Ancient Flayed One. Ancient Flayed One. Okay. And I am safe to come over here and bully this one to start with.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Not a problem for me.
Do not disturb the great enemy!
I shall not fear.
Here, I will Reckless Strike.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Come over here. Switch over to this.
Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance.
Switch back over here. Is it only that one left? I think so.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Oh hey, more of them showed up. Neat. Please no.
Die, human scum!
And then I can Daring Breach.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Endure.
Suits my purposes.
Reckless Rush. I might not have needed the Daring Breach, but it showed me as 0 AP, which is why I did it.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. All too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Forge ahead. Not a problem for me. Ah, another strike.
The veil thins!
Okay.
My
I will come over
tactics are
here. Reckless Strike.
Suits mine. Nothing of value has been lost. Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't. You didn't stand a chance.
Reload. Where is it? There's one there and one up there.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Easy fight. Rogue Trader carries. Janner's burn-scarred face beams with a smile, though his armor is now riddled with a few more holes. Your lordship, the attack has been repelled. I'm pretty sure I broke the sound barrier while moving around like that. I had so much movement in the span of a single turn. The Lieutenant Chirurgeon is splattered with blood from head to toe, yet he himself appears to be uninjured. Your lordship, I owe you my life. Thank you, and glory to House von Valencius. Drill Sergeant Javaka, the patient you rescued back on your first trip to Zarkov, is in poor shape. Yet he maintains a firm grip on his lasgun. It seems you have saved me twice now, Lord Captain. Your lordship, you've spared me a lot of work. The chirurgeon gives a tired smile, wiping blood from his face with his sleeve. A new augment has arrived for one of our soldiers, but she has no more need of it. Please do not hesitate to take it. It might suit someone in your retinue. This could be interesting. For, Abelard. Where did these things come from? The enemy base is at the Xeno ruins, where most holy Siberian von Valencius disappeared, your lordship. I see. I will head there with my retinue. You really are courage, your lordship. I'll gather the garrison. We'll check the defenses and follow you shortly. Atonement for the one. The sound of me breaking the sound barrier finally caught up with us. There we go. Young man is leaning over the control panel, hurriedly pulling levers and pressing worn buttons. He glances at the elevator, then looks askance at you, a flush slowly rising in his pale cheeks. Giving up, he removes his trembling hands from the panel and turns to you. Your short lip? Sorry, your lordship? The lift? There's no power? The Xenos damaged the batteries. To restore the current, we have to turn something off. In the settlement? Anything? That's it? Judging by the marks on the soldier's uniform, he has survived an encounter with the metal Xenos. Who is to say which he found more terrifying? The sight of their iron claws, or the prospect of being an obstacle in your path? Arrogant, can you solve the, or can't you solve our little problem? I do hope your question is rhetorical, rogue trader, or I will be most aggrieved. I'm a conduit and a receptacle of the motive force, for so the Omnissiah has spoken. His mechadendrites latch onto the panel, directing power, accompanied by reverberant words of the first galvanic hymn. God, I hate this noise bug so much. It worked. The machine spirit responds now. Something's jamming the lift. Looks like it's that overgrowth. Give it a blast, will you, your lordship? Yeah, and there's nothing I can really do about it either.
We should deal with this.
This is Zarkov's Sting. Huh, interesting. Governor Kurovic reads the data slate thoughtfully while sipping from a bulky flask. The image of a diligent clerk is belied by a bruise spreading across half his face, and the Arch-Militarum uniform drenched in gore. Private Sevchik, he snaps, without looking away from the screen. Have you lost your mind? Or lost your way? Well, you... He lifts his sharp, cunning eyes toward you and straightens up. My apologies, your lordship, I didn't recognize you. Quartermaster Kurovic, Governor Kurovic, at your service. He gives a clumsy bow, and the reek of sweat washes over you. I wish to know how you're faring in your duties as governor. Everything is piled high with corpses, your lordship. That's how. How has your life changed since your return to the fold of the Imperium? Zarkov has changed beyond recognition, your lordship. The wonders we've seen, lumens, data slates, even talking skulls, and above all, order and rations. It's clear the God Emperor has taken a liking to us. We've finally earned his forgiveness. What can you tell me about the Iron Creatures? Nothing good. We thought no one could hide better than our scouts, but these tin cans come out of nowhere. Tough bastards they are. You'd sooner kill 10 drovers than one of those beasts. They even drape themselves in our flesh. I've seen a lot, but that was something else. What else? Those blades on their limbs are not bad at cutting. I'll give them that. Kurvik pauses, then slaps his forehead. Not bad at all, those blades. He looks over your shoulder and screams piercingly. Yassik, get a move on. Grab a couple of men and see if you can saw the claws off those beasts with the cutters. We'll have ourselves some knives. Aim these blades against the enemies of the dynasty. If you so command, your lordship, we'll aim them right at our own guts. Oh, if you so command, your lordship, we'll aim them right at our own guts. How do you find your new role as governor? Sometimes I think a Grox is more likely to become a rogue traitor than I am to be a decent governor. I can barely write. I'd make 3 mistakes in the word Eho. And do you have any idea how many petitions to the Administratum I have to file every day? I'd rather spend a month slurping broth made of bark and leaves than fill out another requisition for supplies on Form 12B. It used to be simpler. The commander would be right there on the next branch. He'd hand out orders, rations, and targets all at once. Then again, truth be told, food's not an issue anymore, and rifles are brand new, still smelling of oil. Life could be worse. Return to your duties.
I won't tolerate weakness.
We'll talk with the drill sergeant. Okay, nothing that he said there, I guess. Let's come and talk with Sergeant Janer. Nope, nothing there. Chirurgeon. Nothing there.
Unexpected result.
Follow my lead.
Quartermaster and elevator guard. Alright. It seems we've done all we can here.
The songs of my ancestors speak of stars long forgotten, and worlds long gone. What a shame that you lack the capacity to understand even a single note.
Okay. Let's head down to the Lost Tomb.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, down we go. I see.
Esteemed colleague. Astute observation.
None shall stand in my way.
Tools tossed aside in a hurry. Some have bloodstains on them, others have broken handles, as if they were used to fend off an attack. Since the excavation began, workers have made great progress in the arduous task of clearing the entrance to the ruins. I see. A Chronomancer. What do we have here? If a creature not affected by temporal anchor effect moves to a cell adjacent to the Chronomancer, it will be sent back to where it started its turn, restoring all wounds that were lost during the turn. What does this do, though? Just damage? Obelisk protection. The Chronomancer links itself to all Necron obelisks. For every obelisk, they gain 1 stack of obelisk protected. Causes 3 random obelisks to become hyper-phased for a round. All creatures gain 1 stack of fluctuating power. When destroyed, the obelisk deals direct damage to all creatures equal to 15% of their maximum wounds. Alright, so we don't want to attack hyper-phased obelisks, if we can avoid it. Causality Breach. Time moves strangely in the Chronomancer's presence. Each time an extra turn is granted, it's timed to last only 30 seconds. Oh fuck. At the start of each of their turns, the Chronomancer gains 3 stacks of temporal regression. Okay, what do these obelisks have? Okay. This fight is actually looking rough. I'm amused. I am highly amused. Thankfully, everybody moves pretty quickly, aside from the Chronomancer getting in there.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive.
Hey.
Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. How about no?
Hey, again, you only have 30 seconds here. Make it count.
A valid argument. Lucius, I'm relying on you. Executing command. Astute observation. Assess and act text. Utterly impossible. Force guided my hand.
Okay. That's fine. We got some of that done.
Remember the name.
Scorn the pain. Your turn. Naturally.
Did that give warp speed to everybody? Yes. Okay.
I won't object to
It
it.
didn't look like it propagated, which is why I was confused.
But of course.
I have
Lord
seen this
Captain.
before. In my exile.
I'm
For Trump's sake!
Okay.
Do my bidding. Go on, beast.
It appears he activated some obelisks. Ah, because I destroyed an obelisk.
I won't do that. Not sanctioned to do this.
Okay. I'm actually going to use the Daring Breach here.
See our foes obliterated for the throne.
Don't leave me now.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Alright, and then we can move up here.
Everyone, step aside. Let's see to it. I won't go down easy. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Naturally.
As Heinrich just keeps hurting himself to, try to blow up as many of these as possible.
The Inquisition sends their regard. Your reckoning is due.
I'm just shy.
Get
Alright, that's
me
fine.
a target. I won't object.
Heinrichs did more than he usually does, and he's not my DPS.
I've suffered worse.
Oh no, the damage! Alright, let's come up here.
Just designate a target. Soul slips beyond the veil. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. This tedium deal death with my hand.
Okay.
I understand your intent.
Oh, okay, this one is not active. I see. This is fine. We have done plenty here. I will endure. Reckless Rush. Galvanize. And then I can come up here.
Let's see how they respond to this. Not my specialty.
Alright. Alright. I will Reckless Strike.
Nothing of value has been lost. You didn't stand a chance. Forge ahead. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Already done. Insulting.
Okay, more of them are showing up. At least this has been the most interesting fight so far in Act 4. If nothing else.
Suits my purposes.
Oh, right. That happens.
Nothing of value has been lost.
I will reload. Charge in. Come up here. And charge in.
I shall not fear.
Not a high bar at all.
You didn't stand a chance. Not a problem.
Hook him in.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Kick.
You didn't stand a chance.
Charge.
Nothing I cut.
Come over here. Charge
My
this one.
tactics are flawed.
Okay, I should be able to move next to him now.
Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Yes. Then over here.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
Oh, I forgot to do this. That's fine.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
I haven't even needed to use my heroic act yet.
Not a problem for me.
Okay, I will need to use it, it looks like. Just for movement. Unless I can...
Nothing I can't do.
No, I cannot. Oh, wait.
My purpose. You didn't stand a chance. We shall prevail.
Didn't even need my heroic act. And we got our level. This is level 52. Get off me and Drukhari weapon proficiency. Okay. Drukhari weapon proficiency. Over here. Abelard, this is 52. Cautious disengage, calculated resolve. Heinrichs. Hymns of Hatred and Advanced Medical Techniques, okay. Advanced Skill Medicae. The same thing, just different wording. I don't have that for Medicae. I can do Lore Warp, though, so I will do that. Could get Base Skill Medicae. Nah, I want the Lore Warp. Alright, over here, Aogen. Iron Discipline? No. Inspire Courage? No. Heroism? Commanding Voice, Armor of Contempt. Sure, we'll go 10% armor on people. And then I will go Advanced Skill, Tech Use. Over here. Jai. Be Vigilant and Motive Force Overload. Ooh, I should grab this on my guy. I have augments on him. Motive Force Overload could be very good on me. Really yet. 52. Weak body. Weak soul. And then Advanced Skill, Lorizinos.
A new challenge for me?
There's not a scrap of skin left on this person, and almost no flesh. Let's come back this way, and we'll explore bit by bit. 4 claw marks are visible in the hard stone, yet their depth and sharpness are more reminiscent of swords or power weapons.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The strange medley of bones, skin, and still wet flesh clearly carries some pseudo-religious significance. It seems the shrine was once destroyed, but is now in the process of being rebuilt using human bodies. What is this? Nanotech? Sorry, Necron Tech. Hotshot lasgun. Seems pretty nice. I mean, for a lasgun, but, you know.
So this is it. The place where the legend of the dynasty trod. Or more specifically, the place where he died. Take care. You do not want history to repeat itself.
We examine. The roots that have broken through the walls are tightly entwined around a desiccated corpse. You can make out that the mummy is wearing rusted armor bearing the Von Valentius emblem, and it has an augmentation in place of one arm. You've never seen an implant of this kind before, and it has been crafted with incredible skill. Yet more evidence of Siberian's expedition, your lordship, another loyal servant of the dynasty who gave his life for his lord captain. Abelard's voice resounds with pride at the sight of this deceased retinue member. Why is my agility so low? I succeeded. You feel the poisonous spikes scratching at you. Like rooting creatures, they search for any gap in your armor and fail to find one. Your fingers close around the augment's metal, and you tug it slightly toward you. The corpse's old bones break with a dry crack, and you gently pull the implant out of the tangle of roots. Broken bionic arm. Bionic arm, crafted by an unknown augment smith of the utmost skill. The scant resemblance to established designs and blatant use of xenomaterials in its creation firmly establish this work as heretical. Oh, Shireen, what a gorgeous little toy. Not better than mine, of course, but still a hand to inspire envy in all the Aji. It is a marvel that this augmetic survived at all, albeit in a sorry, unusable state. The staff in your flagship should be capable of restoring it. Alright. I have a little bit of stuff I want to do today, off of stream. So I will be ending it at the approximately 6-hour mark. Thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciated. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button. And I will link my YouTube and Discord and chat. I also want to mention that going forward, that day off really did wonders for me. So going forward, I will be taking 1 to 2 days off a week. Thursday for sure. And then the second day, I'm yet to decide on if it's going to be a Wednesday or a Friday. So, thank you all again. Have a wonderful day. And I hope to catch you all tomorrow. Take care.